Good afternoon, guys! Welcome to another edition of Rona Anonymous Streams. And yes, this is your host, Rona Anonymous speaking. You can call me Ronan for short. Yep, today we are going to continue playing Day Z, but before we do so, I am on a lunch break, so let's go have some lunch first. Here we go. And silent with the 10 bits enters. Yes. Yo! Alright, well, Silent, welcome in. You are the first one ever.
The Silent Wanderer.
Howdy.
Welcome to my channel. Howdy, sir. Good to see you all.
Yes. So, yeah. Part of our lunch break, we are going to watch some video. Okay. Alright, let's see here. Alright, Four Rivers Meet. Oh, let's go watch this one. Alright, this. No, not yet, Johanna. Alright. Oh, I have a better one. Megan Lee. Yes. Hope you guys are gonna enjoy this. This I sure will. So without further ado, here we go. Enjoy.
Hey beauties and bees, welcome back to the show. Today, I have another interesting and creepy story about mysterious objects. Over the past 2 decades, this small wooden cabinet has been blamed for illness, nightmares, and even death. It's inspired books, fueled paranormal investigations, and spawned a Hollywood horror film. Today, it sits behind glass inside one of America's most infamous haunted museums, where the rules say you have to be 18 just to look at it, and you have to sign a waiver before you're allowed anywhere near it. And still, people line up. And honestly, that's the strangest part of all, because if you pass this thing in an antique store, you probably wouldn't look at it twice. It's nothing fancy, no elaborate carvings, just a plain, ordinary wooden wine cabinet. For more than 20 years, people have argued over whether something evil once lived inside it. Others say the cabinet itself was never the dangerous part, that the real trouble started the moment its story got told. So stick around, because by the end of this, you will understand exactly why that made a difference. So let's get into the story. Our story kicks off with a man named Kevin Manis. In the early 2000s, Manis ran a small antique and furniture restoration shop out in Portland, Oregon. He was a writer at heart, but paid the bills fixing up old furniture, giving forgotten pieces a second life. One afternoon, he swung by what looked like an ordinary estate sale. Sitting among the junk was a small wooden wine cabinet. Nothing remarkable, but he bought it anyway. As he loaded it into his car, the granddaughter of the woman who owned it came running up to him. She asked if he had any idea what he just bought. The cabinet, she said, had belonged to her grandmother, a Holocaust survivor who'd fled Poland after the war. Her grandmother never once let anybody open it. She believed something evil had been sealed inside. She called it a dybbuk. In Jewish folklore, a dybbuk is the restless spirit of someone who's died but hasn't moved on yet, clinging instead to the world of the living, capable of attaching itself to a person and inflicting suffering and despair on them. Those believed to be possessed don't just act differently. They were said to speak in voices that weren't their own, sometimes in languages they'd never learned a word of. And in extreme cases, their bodies would contort into positions no normal person could pull off. And here's the unsettling part. Freeing someone from a dibuk is never as simple as an exorcism you see in the movies. A rabbi can't just cast it out. No power on earth can compel it to go. He has to talk to it, ask who it used to be, what it did, why it can't rest. You can't force a dibuk to leave. You have to convince it. Kevin had never heard that word before that day, and like most of us would, he didn't buy into it. So he did exactly what the previous owner had spent decades telling people not to do. He opened it. Inside sat a little collection of items. 2 wheat pennies from the 1920s, a lock of blonde hair, and a lock of darker hair, each tied off with string, a small wine goblet, a shriveled up old rosebud, a granite figurine engraved with the Hebrew word for peace, shalom, and a single black cast iron candlestick holder, its base splayed out into 4 legs like the arms of an octopus. And carved into the back wall of the cabinet itself was a Hebrew prayer, the Shema, some of the holiest words in all of Judaism. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. None of it made sense when put together. There were no letters, no photos, nothing explaining why any of it had been locked away in the same cabinet. It was just a strange assortment of objects, and one prayer sealed inside a box that was never meant to be opened. At first, nothing happened. Then one afternoon, when Kevin was out of the shop, an employee called him in a full-blown panic, convinced someone had broken in. She could hear furniture getting thrown around, glass shattering, a man screaming his lungs out. Kevin raced back to find the place dead silent. No busted doors, no broken windows, no footprints. Just shattered light bulbs all over the basement floor, and the overpowering stench of cat urine hanging in the air. Except they didn't own a cat. That employee never came back to work. She never even picked up her last paycheck. Then came the dreams, the same one, over and over. Kevin would be walking beside someone he...
God damn. Oh my gosh. That caught me off guard. Ah, okay.
loved, and they'd stop, turn toward him, and their face would warp into something ancient, almost mummified, something seething with hatred. He'd wake up at the exact moment they lunged at him. Sometimes he'd be covered in bruises he couldn't explain. And here's what makes that part worse, because it wasn't only Kevin. He claimed that friends and family who stayed over at his place while the cabinet was in the house started describing the very same dream, the same warped, hate-filled face. People who'd never spoken to each other, waking up rattled by the exact same nightmare. Hoping to get this thing out of his life, Kevin gave the cabinet to his mother as a birthday gift. And imagine that, knowing what he knew, he decided to pass it on to his own mother. And the date he handed it over, October 31st, Halloween. That same day, she suffered a massive stroke and lost her ability to speak. When he visited her in the hospital and asked what she thought of her present, she reached for a letter pad and slowly spelled out 2 words: hate gift. He handed it off to his sister next. I know, right? A week later, she gave it back, insisting the doors wouldn't stay shut, no matter how she latched them. His brother took a turn after that, and he and his wife started complaining about strange smells drifting through the house.
What the fuck is wrong with that guy? He already knew what happened. He gave it to his family. What the heck is what's with him? Does he have like a revenge plan or what?
House. Sweet jasmine first, followed by something rotten and putrid underneath. They could never track the source, but believed the cabinet had something to do with it. Kevin eventually sold the cabinet to a middle-aged couple, and 3 days later, found it sitting right back outside his shop door. A little note tucked inside it. This has a bad darkness. By then, Kevin swore he was seeing things too. Dark shapes at the corner of his eye that vanished the second he tried to look straight at them. Customers claimed they saw them as well. He'd given the cabinet away, sold it, handed it to family, and every single time it found its way back to him. So he did the only thing he could do. He tried to pawn it off. He photographed it, wrote down everything that had happened, and listed it on eBay, figuring he was finally passing the burden along to somebody else. Instead, he was about to unleash the Dybbuk box onto the entire world. Kevin ended up getting a pile of bids on that cabinet. The winning bid came from a college student in Missouri named Joseph Knightsky, a total stranger with zero connection to Kevin. Never met him, never spoke to him, knew nothing beyond an eBay listing describing a cabinet that supposedly carried something evil. So he paid $140, and the cabinet showed up at his apartment a few days later. At first, nothing dramatic happened, just small stuff here and there. His hair started thinning out more than usual. He couldn't sleep right. A weird smell would drift through the apartment and vanish. And his car kept breaking down for no reason. Joseph figured some of it was probably just bad luck. But the unease never really let off. And 8 months later, he did exactly what Kevin had done. He put it back up for sale. Now it was a story shared by two strangers, half a country apart, describing eerily similar experiences. The cabinet's next owner was a museum director named Jason Haxton, who'd been following the growing legend online and wanted to get to the bottom of it. What he didn't expect was how completely it would take over his life. Within months, Jason broke out in hives, got migraines that wouldn't quit, and started having choking fits out of nowhere. More than once, he claimed his eyes started bleeding. Instead of getting rid of the thing, he threw himself into researching it, consulting rabbis, digging through Jewish folklore for anything that could explain a Dybbuk and how you're supposed to deal with one. Jason said the cabinet never felt right in his hands. One time he claimed the solid wood suddenly went soft, almost liquid, shifting under his fingers. Seconds later, a stabbing pain ripped through his stomach and dropped him straight to the floor. For a moment, he couldn't move at all. It didn't stop there. His wife developed painful, bleeding blisters after handling clothes he'd worn trying to contain the cabinet. Light bulbs in his office started exploding on their own, one after another, no cause anyone could find. It was as if whatever was in the cabinet was trying to leave
Prince
Jason
Serengeti.
in literal darkness.
Thanks for following.
Wait, who is this? Prince Rengeta. Ah. Or is it Prince Rangeta? I don't know. But yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're enjoying this horror video, horror story
It's Dylan
video.
_.
Dylan,
Welcome to my
welcome
channel.
Welcome in. Hey,
Hey,
bro.
bro.
How you doing? We're just having lunch before we hop onto the server.
If you get time, wanna do AI camp with me? After.
Yeah, sure, I can. I'll just have to unload both my bags, because you know how big, or you know how a lot of space the guns there usually take up, right? So yeah, I need to unload
Okay,
both
cause
my
I
gun
need a
my
partner, that's why.
Oh, okay. All right. No worries. No worries. No worries. All right.
There is time.
There is time. Yep. 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 Okay. Well, there is a lot of time because I think the restart just happened close to an hour ago. Yeah. So the next restart is not up for another 3 hours and 10 minutes. So yeah, a lot of time. All right. Okay. Okay. So let's continue this. This is
It'll
halfway
be
through
on till
already.
like 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
So 4 hours.
Yeah, you have 4 hours. Okay. Yeah. Sure. 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 All right. Yeah. Let's continue the story here. So it's like a, I don't know. It's called a dibuk. Dybbuk. It's Jewish something. Yeah. It's an object that causes misfortune, I would say. Yeah. Here we go.
Then the dream started. Night after night, the same figure, an old woman, her shriveled face frozen somewhere between grief and pure rage. She never spoke, never moved toward him, just stood there watching until he jolted awake. Kevin Manis had described almost the exact same figure years earlier. The two men had never met, lived states apart, and by Jason's own account, he had no clue Kevin had ever mentioned nightmares in his listing. But the moment that really got under Jason's skin didn't happen while he was asleep. One evening, watching TV with his young son, the boy suddenly turned toward the dark hallway and pointed. He said he saw something moving, not a person, not an animal. A dark, flame-shaped thing glided silently through the house before it disappeared. Jason saw nothing himself, but he couldn't shake off what his son had described. Something a little kid had no business being able to invent. That's the moment Jason stopped treating the cabinet like a curiosity. He commissioned a gold-lined ark, sealed the cabinet inside, not to destroy whatever was attached to it, just to keep it contained, and for years refused to tell anyone where he'd hidden it. By now, the Dybbuk box had become something way bigger than the forgotten wine cabinet Kevin Manis once tossed up on eBay. A furniture restorer, a college student, a museum director, strangers linked by nothing but this one cabinet, all telling remarkably similar stories about the same unseen thing. For more than 20 years, this story has spread almost exactly as Kevin Manis first told it. A Holocaust survivor, a cursed cabinet, a spirit sealed inside. But once people started looking more closely, what they found didn't make the story any easier to dismiss. It made it stranger. So let's start with the woman herself. The Holocaust survivor who supposedly owned the cabinet for decades without ever opening it. Kevin did give her a name in his telling, Havela, said to have lived to 103. But that's where it ends. No death record, no photograph, no paper trail, nothing to prove Havela ever drew a single breath. Which raises an uncomfortable question. If she isn't a real person, then what
Welcome to my channel.
Welcome in. Welcome in.
exactly attached itself to three strangers who never met then? Which raises an uncomfortable question. If she isn't a real person, then what exactly attached itself to three strangers who never met her and never even met each other? And there's a hole in the story that's even harder to explain away. Kevin always said Havela's entire family, her parents, her brothers, her sister, her husband, her children, were all murdered during the war. Every last one. So then, where did the granddaughter come from? The granddaughter who supposedly ran up to him at the sale and warned him what he'd bought. If everyone died, she shouldn't exist. And yet, she's the one who set this whole legend in motion. And then there's the Dybbuk box itself. Dybbukim are real figures in Jewish folklore, stretching back centuries, and that part of the story has genuine historical roots. The box does not. Researchers comb through religious texts and historical records, and found stories of possession, exorcism, and wandering spirits, but never once, anywhere, a Dybbuk sealed inside a wooden cabinet. Not before 2003, anyway. Which leaves only two possibilities. Either something old had found an entirely new way to travel, or something else was happening here. Then there was the post. In 2015, Kevin dared anyone online to find proof that a Dybbuk box had ever existed before his listing. If someone could, he said, he'd pay them $100,000. He joked he'd tattoo the winner's name across his own forehead. And nobody came forward. What made Kevin so sure, so certain that he was the only person in history ever to have stumbled onto a genuine cursed cabinet with a Dybbuk inside it? In 2011, Jason Haxton published a book detailing his ordeal with the cabinet, written as fact rather than fiction. It found an audience, and soon word spread like wildfire, and Hollywood came knocking. In 2012, The Possession, a horror film produced by Sam Raimi, was loosely based on the legend of the Dybbuk box. It hit theaters worldwide, with both Manus and Haxton signed on as consultants. The Dybbuk box wasn't just an eBay listing anymore. It was a pop culture phenomenon. Even the film's production crew developed its own strange theories. The director recalled an unlit ceiling light exploding above him without warning. And 5 days after filming wrapped, a fire reportedly destroyed many of the movie's props, including the box replica itself. No one has ever substantiated those claims, but no one has ever ruled them out either. Eventually, the cabinet made its way into the hands of paranormal investigator Zach Bagans, who put it on permanent display in his haunted museum out of Las Vegas. Behind glass, surrounded by warning signs where visitors have to be 18 and sign a waiver just to stand near it. It was there on Bagans' show, Deadly Possessions, that Manus and Haxton got reunited with the cabinet on camera. In one seriously unsettling segment, Manus stood in the museum's basement reciting an eerie monologue about a figure he called the Shadow Man, while the lights flickered around him. He then started coughing uncontrollably while a rabbi on set tried to step in. Bagans later claimed that touching the box sent what he called a dark force surging through his whole body, calling it one of the scariest moments of his life. Around that same time, the museum reported strange holes appearing in walls near the display, as if something on the other side were trying to claw its way out. Years later, Bagans went even further. On camera, he claimed he actually opened the box and that it spoke. He said he heard it whisper a name, Kevin, and then the word evil, followed by what sounded like the voice of a child. His crew swore they caught a figure forming inside the cabinet on film. Then, in June of 2018, this legend found a brand new audience. Musician Post Malone toured the museum, and Bagans took the cabinet out of its case.
Oh my God.
Now, remember, normally you have to sign a waiver just to stand near this thing. But Post Malone was a celebrity, so none of those precautions were taken.
Good luck, Post Malone.
The second Bagans touched the box, Malone rested a hand on his shoulder. That's it. That's all the contact there was. In the weeks that followed, Malone's private jet made an emergency landing after a wheel got damaged mid-flight. He survived a serious car wreck, and armed intruders broke into a house he'd recently owned. He later confirmed all three on Late Night with Seth Meyers, calling it really, really odd stuff. By then, one eBay listing had become a best-selling book, a Hollywood movie, a museum exhibit, and a story a Grammy-nominated musician wouldn't stop talking about. Millions of people had heard it. Millions more had passed it along. This thing had a life of its own now. Which brings us to the part of the story none of us saw coming. In 2021, after 20 years of speculation, Kevin Manus finally sat down and addressed the whole thing. On the record, and he made a confession. He called himself, first and foremost, a creative writer. And he said the Dybbuk box story, the one that had made the rounds on mainstream media for nearly 2 decades, had started out as something he concocted, not an ancient legend, not a family secret, just a story cooked up by one guy at his desk. That Hebrew prayer carved into the back of the cabinet, his own carving, that engraved stone inside, he made that too. The hair, it came from one of his friends who later admitted as much. Every object in that box was handpicked and arranged to suggest a history that never actually existed. Not to prove anything, just to spark people's curiosity. His goal from day one, he said, was to build an interactive horror story that would never really end. Because every new owner became another chapter. Every weird coincidence, another piece of the legend. And that eerie Shadow Man monologue he'd recited in the museum basement, coughing and choking while the lights flickered, that wasn't possession. Skeptics later dug up the truth. It was a spoken word piece Manus had written and uploaded to a music site years earlier. A poem, his own poem. He wasn't overcome by anything. He was performing his own material. He even admitted that the 2015 post, the 100 grand, the tattoo joke, was his first attempt at coming clean, 6 years before his full confession. Nobody caught on. And even after he came right out and said it, in his own words, in public, the legend didn't slow down one bit. And here's the thing that keeps this from being a tidy little story about a clever writer. Jason Haxton, the man who bled, blistered, and buried the cabinet in a gold-lined ark, has never fully accepted Kevin's confession. He believes something real happened to him. He said on record that he thinks Kevin didn't just write a scary story. He thinks Kevin deliberately put something real inside that box. Kevin denies that flat out. Neither man has ever backed down. And Zach Bagans, when told about the confession, he refused to concede a thing, pointing to everything his staff, his crew, his visitors, and Post Malone claimed to have experienced. But think about this. The whole legend rests on one image, an evil spirit trapped inside a box. But in the real folklore the story stole from, that's impossible. A Dybbuk can't live in an object. It survives by clinging to a living person, a host. A Dybbuk sealed in a cabinet isn't a real Dybbuk at all. So think about what that means. If something real was ever in this story, it was never in the box. The moment a living person got close enough, it would have moved into them. Kevin, Yosef, Jason, and that leaves you with 2 ways the story ends. If Kevin was telling the truth in his confession, it was all made up. There was never a Dybbuk, and there's nothing to be afraid of. But if Haxton is right, if something real did slip in, then Kevin's confession changes nothing, because a real Dybbuk was never in that box for him to take back. It escaped a long, long time ago into a person, maybe one of the men who owned it, maybe somebody who just stood a little too close on that display on a night just like tonight. Okay, that is the end of tonight's story. I would really love to know what you guys think about this story. So join the discussion in the comment section, and I will see you guys on the next episode. Until then, good night. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Nice story, right? Yeah. Nice. Nice one, Megan Lee. Nice. Okay, alright, so that's our lunch break, guys. Let's jump into the game. Here we go. Wait a minute. So, Dylan, do you want to talk on Discord for that? AI camp raid? I mean, I know it's a no-fly zone, but I mean, we can always land next to the front door, right? Where is it? Oh, yep. The book. Greens infused taffy. All right. What is it? Let's see here. So I need to loosen up some stuff. Yeah, I think I can put some of them here. This box. Hello? Oh, the response is... Gosh. Wow. The connection's a bit slow. On. Oh my gosh. Okay, seems like the connection is going faster now. Let's see. So YouTube also 2,500. Okay. Right. Okay. Good enough already. Yeah. Okay. Okay, there's something wrong here. Let me just let me go back in just a moment, okay? I think I need to verify files here for a bit. God dang it. Okay. Right. What's my fault? Oh, there it is. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Okay, so verification is done. Now let's go back in.
Who's that Pokemon?
Mm-mm-mm. What is going on here? Daisy! Hello? Oh, it's already running? Where? Oh, there it is. Gosh, it's still so. Still so dark. Alright, seems like the connection's fine now. Oh, excusez-moi. Oh my gosh. Okay, it seems to have lightened up a bit. Seven seeds. It seems to have lightened up a bit now. All right. All right, I'm gonna call Dylan. Let's see here. Ah. Ta-da! Hey. Yeah, doing great, doing great. So, who's driving or who's flying there? Yep, yep. Okay, so where are you at right now? What? Okay, okay. Alright. Oh! Wow, okay. What the hell? Okay. Ah. What? Yeah. Like aesthetically park it, but and thinking it's the same as parking it in the parking meter. So yeah. Oop. Yeah. Okay. Take your time. Yeah, it's gloomy outside. Like the skies are gloomy. Yeah, that's it. But nothing big, nothing bad. Just meh. Yeah, just one of those days. Yeah, that's it. I have 4 crate cards and I got my access cards. Yeah. Falcon cards. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I can see it down there now. Oh, you're already there. So. Yep. Oh wow, I'm actually nodding. Like making the mouse move like you're nodding, and I forgot. Yeah. Oh wait, that I'm in a helo, so yeah. It's like my helo's like nodding. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, wait, let me see. This one should allow for 2? No, just 1 box. Just 1 flight storage case, so yeah. I'm guessing that's gonna be like, what, 1,000,000? I don't know. Alright, no worries. I mean, 1,000,000. Oh, yeah. Alright. Alright. Work, god damn it. What's it? Oh. Oh. Alright. Yeah, it's there. Just 1. The one you gave. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Who's that
Yep.
Pokemon?
Oh, god dang it. What was that? Okay, let's see here. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. So I decided I'm gonna sell the Hellcat and then just get myself a Gunter. And yeah. Oh, it's the black one. The black Gunter. Can't go wrong with black. Yeah. Not yet. It was the Hellcat was just enough to cover the kilo cost. So yeah. All right, let's see here. If I'm not mistaken, this is just south of the processing plant. Okay. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, it won't show up that easily. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yep. I don't know if it's true, but they say it's the fastest. So I went for that, yeah. Yep. Yep. Right? So okay, AI camp, black market, drug trade. Ah, there it is. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So you can't land this like just outside the front door? Oh, okay. Oh, right. The AI. Right. Gotcha. Get up. Faster. Come on. Oh, is it that one? Oh, okay. Yeah. Wait, that's a heli crash right there. There's supposed to be AI. Yeah, do you see the smoke? The greenhouse with the blue roof? There's AI. Yep. Now I know how it feels like, now I know how birds feel like. Brick house. Truck? Is it near the med tents? No. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can just do it like this, yeah. Yellow crates? Oh, those are tents. Oh, okay. Ah, gotcha. Alright, no worries. Gas station. Oh. Yeah, I see some... Wait, what? Wait. Nope. Probably it's not in 3D mode. Nah. Oh, wait. Yeah, I see the, Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah. I do see it, yeah. Ugh. Oh, okay. I thought... Alright. No, I'm not like scared of the bots killing me. I'm just scared of the bots shooting the kilo down. So yeah, that's it. All right, I'm just gonna lock this one. Oh wait, is that an Ada? Oh hey. No, I found an Ada. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I am taking this. Wait, it's an open Ada with a key in it. Oh man, lucky me. The second car I found. Are they there? Oh shit. Yeah, I hear this dude. No, it's fine. There's just some bots hitting. Alright, just a moment. Let me try to see if I can get into position from over here. Oh shit. Yep, I see him. Ooh. God damn. Getting into position. Oh, I have visual. Both of them? If you see, oh wow. I recently found I recently clipped my stream, the last stream, because there was this one time I was heading into Jackson Falls, like from the south, like that big city we go through before going to the black market. Yeah. There was a heli crash near the baseball field, right? And I saw two AIs there, and I was thinking, oh, you know what? Let me try to snipe one of them. I ended up shooting them both in one shot. Ah, right, I see it. Yep. Listen, lady. Listen, lady. Listen here, lady. Yeah. Alright. It's a Gunter. What? It's a Gunter. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Instead of this, why not take the Ada? Yeah. I was thinking, yeah, it has. I'm thinking, yeah, vanilla cars do spawn. Now I'm thinking it is. Right. Oh shoot. I put the key for this car back inside one of those wooden crates back home. Oh man. Okay. All right. Okay, I'll go back and get that Ada. Thank you. Yep. 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 Yes, sir. Wait, am I being lucky right now? Because I'm seeing... Wait, is this a usable Ada? No. Okay. I thought there was another black Gunter. Ooh, and a pile of planks. But then again, what do I need the planks for? It the base is finished up already. Yeah, it's done. Wait, where was it? It was oh yeah. Okay, it's around this because there's a fence blocking us off. Oh shit. Oh well, there's a gate. Okay. No, I found. I know where it is. It's just like because that area was fenced off. So yeah. Lucky that there was a gate there. Over here. Yep. Yeah. Over here. Where you at? Oh yeah, I'm over here. It's fenced off, so yeah. Lucky there was a gate there. Yep. It's I call it the Gunter's Big Bro, you know, because it has these big wheels. Right, just okay. So I may have to assign it. Oh wait, just a moment, because I will put this into the parking meter once we're done. Yeah. I don't see the car tags, by the way. Yeah. Same situation as the M3, the blue M3S that I found at the processing plant. It didn't have any hood. But yeah, of course you can buy the parts there. My question is, why are there no car tags at the car dealer, even with the car parts dealer? Okay, alright. Wait, should we loot the AI first? I think yeah, so my clip, I think it's still up, but I will have to download the clip because it really was like, oh shit, I got the two AI bots with one shot. It's like they just lined up at that perfect moment. Well, I mean, yeah, I can sell that. No worries. I can sell that. All right. Let's see here. So I'm thinking the heli crashes only have like what, 2? Wait, why did I? It has like what, 2 AI bots? The sedan? Where is it? Well, yeah, I mean, you can pick it up and probably sell it. Yeah.
Lila we see. Welcome to my channel.
Wissy, thank you, sir. Alright, I'm just gonna pick up this sea chest. Alright, thank you so much for the 11 bits. Thank you. Much appreciated, sir. Thank you so much. 900 meters? Yeah, that'll take a long time, even if you're sprinting all the way. That's gonna take some time. No. No. 200? What? So, wow, okay, so they really do spawn. Covered orange? Wait, is that it? Z. Oh, that's an M3S. Behind you. Alright. Yeah, it's an M3S. Yeah, it is an M3S. Is it, was it open? Whoa. Unless... Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. I want both of them. No. Wait. Oh, okay. I mean, sure. You know. Oh, wow, a deagle? Jeez, okay. Well, I'm not gonna take that 9-volt battery that's used up already, because, yeah, that you can't sell that back. Wait, can you? No, okay. Nah, that's gonna take a while. That's slow. Sure. Okay. Yep. It can go as fast, but probably not as fast as the Gunter. But it's considerably fast. Not as fast as the Gunter though. So yeah. Yep, back at the heli crash, yeah. Where's the guy? Ah, this one. Okay. Oh, he has a red key card? Okay. Don't mind if I do. Where's the bot's Lamas? I see he has a Lamas mag that's used up already. In his jet. Oh. Yeah, so a Lamas rifle mag, but where's the rifle? That's the question. Yeah, probably it has despawned? I don't know. Nah, oh well. Oh yeah, yeah. What's this? A Remington GPC? And it's a 5.56. No, no, no. The Lamass looks like a FAMAS bullpup. This is... Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Whoa! The rifle sling takes up that much space? Nah, I'm not picking that. Ooh! Devil 10. This one shoots... I don't know what this gun shoots. But anyway. Oh, yeah. This one. That one. I'm not gonna bother with the Comtac headset. Nope. Or what that gun is... what round is chambered in that? Or what is that gun chambered in? Right. What round is that gun chambered in? That's... I said. Devil dash 10. I'm not sure if it has any... Did I hear a shot? Aside from mine, I think I don't know. I may have heard like a shot ring off before I pulled off. Yeah. Doesn't say. Okay, no worries. It's fine. It's fine. Doesn't matter because yeah, I mean anyway, it's still gonna be sold. I'm not sure. Oh wait, I think. No use speculating. But anyway, it's still gonna be sold. So yeah, let's go. Right, AI camp. Where's that marker? Heli trader. So. Oh, it's up there, right? Okay. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Yeah, so I'm sorry, sir. Sorry, didn't mean to. In this mind, there's a bullshit. Okay. So we take this left here. This can drift, but it can drift out of control as well. The one with the better drift recovery, I think, is the Gunter. I'm thinking. Here's also one thing I was surprised to see. Like, you know the Hellcat. Yeah. So when I tried to run over some Zeds, it just acted like it phased through. So it's like the Zeds were never, they were unfazed. They didn't even flinch or get staggered by the cars. I'm thinking, wait, what? So there's no zombie car kill? Like, but then with the vanilla, I noticed, oh, they flinch, they grunt. So it means, oh, they get damaged by vanilla cars? Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Probably it's like a software or a coding thing. Maybe. Could be a coding thing. See that? Yeah. I could have gone further, but yeah, probably I didn't build up enough speed to, pull off the drift at that curve. I only went so far. Probably the next one. Let's do it. Let's go for it. Come on, Ada. Come on. Build up. No, it's in another. That's gonna be in 2 hours. Yeah. No, I didn't pull it off. Oh, like the woman narrating a horror story? Yeah. The title of her channel is Beauty and the Beasts. Yeah, Beauty and the Beast. So yeah, of course, Beauty and the Beast is like, I don't know. Maybe she's also referring to herself. But yeah, I mean, she is beautiful. Although she's married and has a child already. So yeah. And Beauty and Beasts. What? Yeah, basically it's like a horror. Yeah, it's like a horror story, and she just narrates it. That's it. But the way she narrates it is like, oh my gosh, like she doesn't make it sound. Well, I mean, probably she's making it sound like horror, but not in a very overly scary way. It's just like very subtle. You get the feeling that, god damn, and then added with the visuals. I'm like, oh wow, okay, this is like a different way of telling a horror story without trying to tell a horror story. It's just like you're telling it out just for people to know, but then the art and so the artwork of the, what was the term again that I used for that? The visuals. Yeah, the visuals, right. So it makes it feel horror, even if she's not saying it like a horror storyteller would, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's just. Oh, okay. Right. So after the, yeah, it is. Where this is the last bend, I would say. There it is. Oh, am I hearing shots now? Oh, right. Oh man. Okay, the good thing about the Ada is that it can climb, unlike the. Oh wait. Okay. I think we need more build-up. That's the thing about the Ada and the Gunter. I think the Gunter can climb because it can build up speed easier than the Ada. This one takes a little bit of time to accelerate. So I need to build up. Come on, baby. Don't you dare give up on me, baby. Don't give up on us, baby. Yeah, there you go. Yes! Alright.
Who's that Pokemon?
Yep. It is a 4-wheel drive, but yeah, or I don't think it is a 4-wheel drive. Oh, chest? Yeah, have your fun, guys. MPA Sniper Green. But I don't know why. Even with a suppressor on? Oh, I see. Okay, well, I'm just gonna. Yeah, I do. Let me just see here. Just gonna. Oh wow, so there are mags here as well. Just a moment. Let me just put that chest in here. I love chests. Don't hate me. All right. Close. I mean, nobody's gonna be in here, so yeah. Let's see. Card. Alright, let's see here. I stacked the cards so I'll be able to repair them per se. Oh, yep. I do remember. It's forever ingrained. Oh, right. Press key card. Okay. Alright. I just went underneath it. I just went underneath the stairs. I'm thinking, oh shit. Yep. Oh yeah. Right. Okay, let me just put on some munchies. There are 7 that I can see.
Mus_Gringo.
Miss G,
Welcome to my
welcome
channel.
in.
Good day, everyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat. Wait, did I bring my... No, I didn't bring my can opener. God dang it. Oh well. Regrets. It's fine. Nah, it's fine. I have a knife. That's not a knife. That's a knife. That's a knife. Ha! Yeah. Just 7. 9 of them? Wait, how far are you? On the right side, yeah. 3? I see 4.
What are those blue things? People.
Those are the AI bots, Miss G.
Howdy
we
at
have...
MS_Gringo.
There are-
Good to see you.
Yeah,
Hope
so
you
there
are
are AI detection glasses that you can pick up from AI bots. Like usually it would be in their backpacks. If you're lucky, it's like a lottery. You cannot buy them from the black market even. You can sell them to the black market, but you can't buy them. They fetch 200k if you sell them back, but why would you sell them if you have one for the first time, right? It's very useful. Yeah. Now I count 8. I count 8 now. Yeah. I see 4 with one who is fidgeting about. Then there are 2 near here in in sky blue. I see 2 there, like on the far right. Or 4?
Morning
Okay.
at DS Silent Wanderer. Hope you're good. Good to see you also.
Yeah. They'll probably just appear once bullets fly. So, yeah. Come on, door. Ain't got all day. Yeah. It's already 5 minutes taken away from the 2 hours left. Come on. So 1 hour and 55 minutes. Don't aim yet. Don't aim yet. Dun, 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 dun. So this is AI camp, Miss G. It's a no-fly zone because, of course, the AI will start shooting at you.
I need them glasses IRL to see who the assholes are.
Miss Gringo said she needs the AI detection glasses to see who the in real life assholes are. What was that movie? There was an old 1980s movie, I think it was, or an early 1990s movie. Roddy Piper starred in it, and he had these glasses that would show people who are consumed into like, all this, like, they don't feel themselves, like, corporate zombies or something. Yeah, Hot Rod, the Hot Rod himself. So when he wears these glasses, it shows the world in black and white, and then like all the slogans that you see, with all their flowery words, and then when he puts on those glasses, he looks back at those carts or those. They Live, right? That's the movie. Yeah, 1980. Yeah, They Live, right? So it's that. Miss Gringo is saying the AI detection glasses in the server. She needs them in real life so that she can see who the assholes are. Yeah. Wouldn't that be great though? Like X-ray vision. Oh, okay. Okay. Can I stand
So
on the
where on
ledge here?
Bitterroot is this, sir? I know not to visit.
It's up. It's in the far north, Miss Chi, east of Hamilton. Oh.
Right, noted.
Oh gosh. Just a moment. This bullet. He's coming up, he's coming up. He's down there, he's down there. Oh, shit. Oh, right. Is it just one left? I heard another shot. Wait, where is he? I see one. I saw the other one. He's by the Livonia Tower. Oh, there are two of them now. But I saw one by the Livonia Tower to the far right. Oh, wait, they're coming here. Oh, shoot. Missed. Pop your head out. No, not yet. He's still down there. But there's one down there. Yeah. Come on. Show your head. Oh, I think you can see him. Nice. Alright. So there's just one other guy down there. Do you stuck? Is you stuck? Do you stuck? Oh. He's down there. He's just down there. Down there. He's by the door. He's still alive. No, I see his radar. Oh, really? Yeah, it didn't register, so yeah. Yeah. They just fall unconscious sometimes, so yeah, you gotta make sure they're dead. Ooh, karambit, nice. That's something that Southeast Asian martial arts have. Why do they have like double guns on them now? Yeah, I guess. apple. Mini apple. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna pick up that. Ooh. Yeah, you'll have to be very lucky to find them in AI bots backpacks, you know? Yeah, that's the thing too. Shoes. So that's the only location, that's the only place where you can get one, like from AI bots, what do they call this? From AI bots backpacks? Sad. MK47, this guy has a Pioneer and an Ore AX. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Okay. Let's see here. Wait, where are you at? Where are you? Where? I'm. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Oh. The Anzio. Yeah. The crate got me at Anzio. Oh damn it! The Anzio is. Wait, what? Oh, it takes up. It's 4 squares wide. Damn it. Okay. Yep, it's fine. As long as I know what's happening. So, yeah, opening a crate now, alarm going off. Yeah, something like that. Ouch! Oh, nice. Oh. I'm more about the guns, because I know for a fact they are the ones that sell more than the apparels. And the lock reader, yeah, baby. Come to Papa, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, what's this? Oh, an AR-10 long. It's the Panacea gun. I don't like Panacea guns because, you know, like, even if you put a muffler on it, it may sound nothing. There's no sound actually when you shoot. But for some reason, the Zeds still flock to you. I'm like, that's broken. Okay. I'm gonna take those mags too, because they sell with... And that's the thing too, like with the Panacea magazines, you can't sell them empty. They have to be full, which is a bummer. Yeah. Okay, just a moment. Picking up the mags first. Just a moment here. Come on, mags, work with me. I don't know with the Tetra, but I'll pick up that box of 45s. Okay. Yeah, I'll just sell those. Yeah. Okay, yeah. You were saying we're okay. I think it was in one of these. Yeah, I think there was this. Ooh, gun. Ooh, donuts. Yeah. Huh. Alright. So AI Camp Miss G is the place to go. If you know what you're doing, you'll be fine. You will be fine. Crate. Oh, seeds, yeah. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. That's you, right? Yeah. Alright. Flag roll. Did you go into that Tudor brick building? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I call that a Tudor brick because it's very red. Ooh, donuts! No donut. You know who I'm referring to? Yeah. Ooh, donut. Yeah, he's immortal. Yep. Forever ingrained into our psyche. Yeah. Consider yourself. Consider yourself. What was the word? The something. Yeah. I have 5 more. All right. Just a moment. Picking up the guns. Picking up pistols and the mags and all of it. Oh, lock reader. God dang it. Don't miss that. Gun. Okay. Where am I? Okay. Getting out of the building. Where you at? Still back at that power supply. Oh, okay. Oh shoot. Oh no, that's a zombie inside. Hey buddy. You need some shooting? Okay. In the same building as the Z? Probably if you don't open up. There's a Z in there. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the same stuff. Okay. Thank you. What does that mean? It means you're dismissed. Oh, I was scared. Can I go back to work now? God damn it, Homer. Yeah. Ooh, what does that mean? I was trying to remember the word that Mr. What was his name of his boss, like the overall boss. Mrs. Smithers, yeah, Mrs. Smithers. He said, "Consider yourself something." I forgot. It's a D word as well, but his assistant said it means you're dismissed. Yeah. Yeah. Consider yourself. Blah blah blah. Yeah. What does that mean? Oh, it means you're dismissed. Oh, I was scared for a second. I was scared. Can I go back to work now? Yeah. Damn it, Homer. what else? I'm looking out for the lock readers. No lock readers anymore in this crate. Yeah, probably I'll just pick up the mags now. So yeah, let's see here. Mags. I'm gonna pick up a couple of spikes. And that one too. Yeah. I'm basically full up. I'm full up. Oh, whoa. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, the key over. Oh, right. Okay. Here, where did I put those cards? Oh, man. Stacking them up. Okay, you know what? Let's do that. Put that there. Even if you're... Yeah. So, basically... Yep. Inside. Yeah. Wait, let's see if he flinches, or let's see if he staggers when I run him over. No. The rock is protecting him. God damn it. Okay. So we'll just go all the way west. We're going cross country. No. Grandpa Homer, Grandpa Simpson. No, I say. What? Oh, the drug trader, right? Yeah, yep. Alright. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Gotcha.
Where's your other car?
The other car is in... Oh, I sold the Hellcat, Miss G, if that's what you meant. I sold... Oh. But this... Yeah, this church looks like a nice retreat base, but then I'm thinking, nah, that's too near AI camp. Right. Goddamn rocks. So when I sold the Hellcat, Miss G, I bought the heli. I bought the heli with it. With the money. Yeah. Goddamn stone wall fence. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go off this. Oh, now
you
the
got
rock.
Kelly now, nice.
Yes, Miss G, I did. There you go. Come on. Don't you disappoint me, Ada. Yeah, that's right. Come on. Nope. Oh, wait. We can flip it up, right? There you go. No worries.
F6.
To the right. Okay. To the right. Nope. Aha. Yep, it's just there. Wait, to the... Oh, right. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Ah, yeah, so behind that. Yeah, okay. Come on, Ada. You ain't no old lady. Stop. Oh shit. Oh no, the vanilla cars don't phase them at all. Okay, okay, let me just park this at the yeah, yeah. Parking it yeah, so the Zeds don't get phased by the cars, which is sad. You cut yourself? No. Okay. Okay, so it's still there. Okay, there you go. Wait, what? What's happening? Why didn't it go up? Oh, park, right. And there. There you go. The hell? I forgot to click that park button. Come at me, boy. Listen here, lady. One shot, dead setter miss. They're right there? Okay. Ouch. Uh-oh. I'm seeing the vignette. Okay, okay. And that's just death, disease, destruction, mayhem. Yeah. Alright, alright. Almost there. Key. And then Directorata. Oh. Hey, 8. Okay. Back up. Back up. It's sad that Twitch only pays you out every 14th or 15th. Not. Yeah. Trying to make this a big thing, like big enough, I guess, to cover the bills, but it's a long way. Wait, General Trader, AI Camp, where is it? Hunter, Black Market. Wait, that's the edge of the map already. Why am I not seeing? Wait, there it is. Okay, okay. No, Heli Trader. What? Where is it? Okay. Right, so that's nearby the Black Market. Okay. There. Oh, it's down there. God dang it. Okay, that's why. Wait, is this it? No. Where is it? Black Market. No, I think we flew past it.
Bungie72. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, really? Oh. Where's the Black Market now? That's my, your Black Market. Okay, let's. Aha. Okay, I think we flew past it. Yeah, there. It's down there. There. It's like the mark disappears when you go near it. It's this. It's this. Yeah. Yeah, right there by that plane crash. Wow. Okay.
BRB building materials have just turned up.
Building material. Oh, for your new house, Misty? Okay. Is this the building? I think it is. God damn it. Oh no, it's there. My god, it's been pinging. Yeah, because I still, I still have, yeah. It's fine, it's fine. I mean, I know the NPCs here are AI as well. They just don't move. That's it. All right. Yep. Yeah, I mean, you can just wire it over. No worries. It should. Yeah. Yeah. Up front? No. Here. Here. Wait. So that you'd know how much you're actually making from the drugs, any money you have to deposit first before you start selling, I guess. No? Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Where to after? Yeah, I'm just gonna go start farming. Yeah. Zero gave me a bunch of Star Dog packets. Yeah. The 420. Yeah. Yes, sir. Hello. Hello. Banana. I got it. Gotcha. Thank you, sir. No worries. Yeah, it takes a bit of time to get up there. Okay, now where... Oh, I'm actually just facing the direction of my base. Nice, okay. Yeah. Did not realize that. Ah, Fort Hale, shooting range. Craft Lake. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Yep. It's just these two long barns. And two Homer Simpson hats. With a little Homer Simpson! Alright! Yeah. Oh, just a moment, just a moment. Making sure I... There you go. No worries, sir.
Is that Dylan with you?
Yes, Miss G, that's Dylan. It's Dylan. Yep. No worries. Alright, thanks again. You too, you too. Alright, bye-bye. Yep, so that's Dylan. And Dylan and Zeroy just became admin, probably like 3 days ago now, Miss G.
Nice.
Yep. Oh wait, I think we forgot something. Dylan, if you're in stream, my Gunter though. Yeah, he temporarily stored it in his parking meter because I forgot to bring the car key for it with me when we went to the AI camp, and so he temporarily had it. Like, wait, let me message him real quick. In your parking meter. Where is that? Yo. No bed yet. We'll be buying a bed soon and a room divider, I guess it'll be. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4. Yep. So from there all the way to the other end. There. So this is how spacious. I'll just keep the door open. We got a lot of things to sell, a lot of guns to sell. Oh yeah. Did I just hear someone? The left side? On the right side. Yeah. Oh. Oh no! Let's see here. Oh. Hmm. I hear someone. Did I just hear someone? Did I just hear someone?
Ronan, are you in here?
Oh yeah. Hello. Yep, I'm here.
I made it, and I'm gonna get your vehicle back right now. Let me go in.
All right, no worries.
For you.
Thank you. Ouch. Ah, thank you.
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh, I gotta get
Sorry,
the.
what's that?
No worries. No worries. Yeah, thanks again.
No worries. Enjoy the rest of your time. Take
You
it easy.
too. Right, now where's that key? I think I put that in here. No, it was in that military crate. Oh my gosh, I don't have. I don't have space for it. Ah! Okay, here. Gonna eat this apple. An apple a day makes you stronger. That's what they say. Oh, I can't. What? It's ruined? It doesn't look ruined. Oh well. Just gonna put that in here. Now you have something. Nope, 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 nope. Or actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll just put that there. Any paper in here? Paper. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Drink up, Ronan. Yeah. Glug, glug, glug. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I'll just sell the stuff first. It's slower than the Hellcat, but at least it still gets me to places. It's not about speed, it's about getting there. Well, I mean, yeah, speed has a little something to do. It has a little something to do with speed, but the important thing is going there. Getting there is primary, speed is secondary. Oh, shh. Disrespectful tree. Who's that? Is that Pin? Nah, you're doing the long way around, see? That you, Pin? Probably not. Yep, that's Pin. Ah! Lockout cord. Okay. I need a construction light. Okay. The white karambit knight. Hmm. Eh. Eh.
Is this your little gun turret right here?
What?
Is that your car right there, the black one?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, nice. Okay, I was just wondering who it was.
yeah. Yeah, I was the one you probably saw, like, running down the road towards General.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep.
All right.
How's it
I'll
been,
let you
man?
Get back to it. Been alright.
Ah.
Just trying to stay busy.
Yeah, yep. Alright.
I'll catch you on the next time.
You too, man. You too. Oh, box. That, and that. Yeah. Visual mag. Go in there. I don't mind if there are bullets inside there, because you know what? You can't even sell the bullets back once they're out of the box. Unless they're in stacks of 100, you can't sell them back. So it's kind of sad, but it's fine. Wait, did I? What am I doing? Don't tell me this is a panacea. No, it's not. Okay. But I'm hoping that it does not need... Yeah, I'm hoping it does not need some bullets in it. AKM. Shit, it does.
Who's that Pokemon?
Nine-volt battery. on. Do I have that I can sell out to? Ah, this is 40 round magazine. Oh my gosh. These can be sold, but they need to have bullets in them. Hmm. $250, so I would need 175. Whew! 175 boxes? No. Ugh. No, probably 17.5 boxes. This one needs blackout. Ah, I'm just gonna leave them. Leg roll. Next. What? By the way, do you want this one, Miss G? My gosh, why did I sell the mags? Oh, but there are the mags out there. We just have to buy the bullets for it. Yeah, I'll just keep that one for you, Miss G. Yeah, these are the rounds. Or these are the mags, not rounds. There.
Thank you. When I can get on.
Yes, Miss G. Okay, what else? What the heck is wrong with you? You know it's freezing? I don't know if I should keep a construction light. I mean, I'll just sell that. Construction light. Did I buy the solar panel something? Did I? No, I don't think I did. Oh, gosh. Or no, it's there. That's the one. Yep. Bad boys, bad boys. So what's it gonna do? What's it gonna do? They come for you. Bad boys, bad boys. Okay. So... Wait, no, wrong, wrong. You don't have the key with you. There you go. Then this one here. There. This one I'll sell. Yep, I'm selling that. I'm gonna sell all of the parts. All the parts. Okay. Now this one I need to be very careful now. Yep, okay, so that one is for the Ada. Okay. Parts sold separately. You're in the way, boy. Alright. Let's see. Sell. Sell. This one I'm gonna charge first.
Who's that Pokemon?
Hahaha, see? Oh, you can sell it. Even if it's not, as long as it's past 50%. As long as it has battery juice that is more than 50%. I guess. Nice. You don't have to charge it in order to sell it. It doesn't have to be fully charged in order to sell. Nice. Very nice. Love it. Okay. Now... Where is it? Ah, there it is. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Right. Oh, shoot. I forgot. Oh, wait. The question is, what battery... Wait, where's my... Oh, there it is. Okay. So it can be any battery then. Okay. Right, I think I need to go to the heli trader. Or no! It could be. Okay. What the hell? What trader is that? Oh yeah, I think heli trader, okay. The eternally gassed Hawkins facility. Oh, 30,000? Oh my gosh. I did not think it was that big. Okay. Hi, what are you? Oh. Wait, no. Not 40,000. Let's see. What? No? Ah, right. Of course, it can't be fit into there because it's 11. The width is 11. Dang it. There. 1,000 plus the inherent 600, 1,600. Wow. And I could have tested the battery.
I got the landscaper here today and tomorrow. They laying a base for Shay's summer house so he can start working from home.
Nice. Oh, yes.
Who's that Pokemon?
No power, of course, because... Did you expect?
That got dark quick.
Yeah. The time frame, what do you call this? It's time 6. The time lapse is the time speed is time 6, so yeah. Right, let's see here. I think this can also be applied onto the workbench. Yeah. Yep. So it's battery. It could be also a truck battery. Or, I don't know. But I think for this one, for the workbench, I think the appropriate battery is the never dies car battery, which is at the what do you call this? Oh man, I forgot to pull out the never die battery from the Hellcat. Shit. Okay, anyway, it's fine. It's fine. That can be recouped. It can be recouped, no worries. All right, be right back, guys. Be right back.
Pokemon!
Alright guys, I'm back. Done watering the plants and feeding my dog. Alright, where is it? Is there power now? Powered. Okay, so I'm gonna check. Nope, not there. Here. If putting this one directly will power it. Let's see.
What?
Aye.
I got you tabbed by the way, just so you know.
Oh, no worries. Thanks, Dylan. Thank you, thank you. Let's see here. Jesus. Why would you be there? Oh my gosh. Ah. Yeah, I am that OC, guys. All right, that's enough. That's good enough already. I guess. I don't know. No, it's not.
What is that?
Battery charger. Because you can't use a never die battery.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can't use a never die battery, like, where? Oh, now that's better. That's better. It's in the friggin' middle. Yep. So, if I'm gonna go to black market, yeah, black market, it's like, let's see here. Okay, black market, black market. Wait, can I leave my bag here? No, the bag will disappear. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that's how many Star Dogs. Oh shoot! What the hell? Ah, restart. Yep, it's fine.
Reboot.
It's fine.
Lol.
Who's that Pokemon?
Alright. I am going to go take a dump. So yeah, be right back.
Dogbones89. Welcome to my channel.
Who's that Pokemon?
Alright, we're back. Long battle, but still won the war. Alright, here we go. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Right. Where am I? Okay. Right. Right, so I need to go to Black Market.
Who's that Pokemon?
Is that Black Market? I think that one is Black Market. Ah. Hey. Hmm. Yes. The mountain lion. Careful what you wish for, though. Hey, fellas. Sit. No more? Oh no. Oh. This. MRB built. Ah, right. Okay. Flare tactical flashlight. Oh boy. Okay, now that's something. Look at that. Yes. Purple sci-fi. But it has... Oh, it is purple. Yeah. Okay.
Who's that Pokemon? Yo. See that, Miss G? If you're here, if you're still here, Miss G, look, take a look at that. $200,000. But you can't buy it. So you have to be lucky to find it. You know? Yeah. So I want to buy the battery, okay? Yeah, never dies car battery. I need 2, so I gotta get 30,000. Shit.
Just one though. No, actually two. Yeah, one for my car. 1, 2. And one for the what do we call this? The weed table or the weed workbench. That's it. Nope. They didn't flinch. They didn't get staggered. I like driving sometimes. Whoa. What was that? Did I just see something? I saw something. Oh well. Could have been just my imagination. I mean, yeah, this car drifts, but wait. Where is that? Ah, later. Oh, there is one there. Should be another one. know you're here somewhere. Come on. Show up. Is there only one of you? Pipe down.
Who's that Pokemon?
Upper floors, maybe? Oh, they do have. Ooh. Yeah, damn, yes. The medium tent. Nope. How come there was only one AI? Or did they get attacked? Were they killed by the Zeds, maybe? Could be. Who knows, right? Oh, what's that? Get away from my bag. gosh. Aw, they're so sweet. Damn. Gosh. Huh? What's that? Hmm. Safari. Oh my gosh. Black market gens. Wait, 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 wait. What's happening here? No, 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 no. Don't do that to me. Don't you dare do that to me. Wait, wait. My bag. Yeah, my bag. Go, Nin. Damn it. Get the damn fire truck out of the way. That's not necessary. Gosh. LA crashes abound. Yeah, see? 166. Gear 5 of the Gunter. It's just Gear 3 of the Hellcat, but it's fine. God damn it.
Black E265. Welcome to my channel.
Blackie265, welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. We are just... Yeah, we are just selling stuff that we found on the ground. Yeah. Dump pouch. Nope. Pharaoh concept. Yep. And I believe there was also this. Goodness. Yes. I also pick up another jacket or something, or like body armor. Let's see, body armor, body armor, body armor. Nope, no body armor. Okay. Okay. sir. Oh, oi. The hell? Yeehaw! Ah, this one too. Yeah, dang it. Forgot about this. Ah. Wait a minute. The Deagle has to be unloaded. There you go. Hmm. $1.250. Okay. Ouch.
Deadly Mosquito _ Welcome to my channel.
Deadly Mosquito, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing today? There's a second hatchet. What else? Ah. Yeah. Oh. Oh. I think I will have to. Let's see here. Military airdrop. Where is that? Mm, 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 mm. Never dies car battery. Yeah, baby. And then this one, we will have to sell that one back.
Who's that Pokemon?
No, 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 not there. Damn it. Car battery, nope.
Boo. Should have let them get beat down by the zombies, lol. How we getting on anyway, my man? Still
it's fine.
alive.
Yeah, still alive, still alive. Still alive and kicking, sir. Wait, no. Aviation battery, nice. Yeah, I'm not keen on them anyway. I was just here to like sell the battery. That's all.
I wonder if they could have handled a horde of Zeds. That
No,
was
probably not.
funny.
Probably
They had a
not.
gun, but still chose to punch.
Well, yeah, reason would be the most plausible reason would be they ran out of rounds. Could be that. Where's my base? There it is. Did I just have a fit of dizziness, I think? Okay, I think I just had a fit of vertigo. But it's not spinning. I get the feeling that it will, though. Oh my gosh, I hate that feeling. Come on, Vertigo, don't get triggered now. Come on. That's not the best time for you to get triggered because I'm up in the air. Yep, there you go. Oh my gosh, that vertigo hit was just not good. Oh. Oh my gosh. Hmm. Ah. Well, I think. Wait, water barrel. Shoot. Okay, I think I really need to have a rest. So probably I'm gonna do a nap stream real quick. Just a nap stream. Oh my gosh. Not. Oh my gosh. Okay, okay. Ah. Oh yes. Beauty and the Beasts. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Videos, no playlists. All right. All right, guys. So I'll be playing this playlist from Beauty and the Beasts. Now, it may confuse you, but it's not about Beauty and the Beast or fairy tales and whatever. It's horror stories. Okay. Hope you guys are not that queasy when it comes to horror stories. So yeah, enjoy this one, guys. It's gonna be a sleep stream for a bit. So yeah, probably just an hour or two. Okay. So oh my gosh. Okay, it's kicking in already. Oh no 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 no. Okay. I also would want to uh let's see here. No 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 no. Forget it. Forget it. Okay. Here we go, guys. So enjoy sleep stream for now. I'm opening.
Who's that Pokemon?
All right. All right, guys. I'll be back after a couple of hours. Here we go.
Hey, beauties and bees, welcome back to the show. Today, I have another interesting and creepy story about mysterious objects. Over the past 2 decades, this small wooden cabinet has been blamed for illness, nightmares, and even death. It's inspired books, fueled paranormal investigations, and spawned a Hollywood horror film. Today, it sits behind glass inside one of America's most infamous haunted museums, where the rules say you have to be 18 just to look at it, and you have to sign a waiver before you're allowed anywhere near it. And still, people line up. And honestly, that's the strangest part of all, because if you pass this thing in an antique store, you probably wouldn't look at it twice. It's nothing fancy, no elaborate carvings, just a plain, ordinary wooden wine cabinet. For more than 20 years, people have argued over whether something evil once lived inside it. Others say the cabinet itself was never the dangerous part, that the real trouble started the moment its story got told. So stick around, because by the end of this, you will understand exactly why that made a difference. So let's get into the story. Our story kicks off with a man named Kevin Manis. In the early 2000s, Manis ran a small antique and furniture restoration shop out in Portland, Oregon. He was a writer at heart, but paid the bills fixing up old furniture, giving forgotten pieces a second life. One afternoon, he swung by what looked like an ordinary estate sale. Sitting among the junk was a small wooden wine cabinet. Nothing remarkable, but he bought it anyway. As he loaded it into his car, the granddaughter of the woman who owned it came running up to him. She asked if he had any idea what he just bought. The cabinet, she said, had belonged to her grandmother, a Holocaust survivor who'd fled Poland after the war. Her grandmother never once let anybody open it. She believed something evil had been sealed inside. She called it a dybbuk. In Jewish folklore, a dybbuk is the restless spirit of someone who's died but hasn't moved on yet, clinging instead to the world of the living, capable of attaching itself to a person and inflicting suffering and despair on them. Those believed to be possessed don't just act differently. They were said to speak in voices that weren't their own, sometimes in languages they'd never learned a word of. And in extreme cases, their bodies would contort into positions no normal person could pull off. And here's the unsettling part. Freeing someone from a dybbuk is never as simple as an exorcism you see in the movies. A rabbi can't just cast it out. No power on earth can compel it to go. He has to talk to it, ask who it used to be, what it did, why it can't rest. You can't force a dybbuk to leave. You have to convince it. Kevin had never heard that word before that day, and like most of us would, he didn't buy into it. So he did exactly what the previous owner had spent decades telling people not to do. He opened it. Inside sat a little collection of items. 2 wheat pennies from the 1920s, a lock of blonde hair, and a lock of darker hair, each tied off with string, a small wine goblet, a shriveled up old rosebud, a granite figurine engraved with the Hebrew word for peace, shalom, and a single black cast iron candlestick holder its base splayed out into 4 legs like the arms of an octopus. And carved into the back wall of the cabinet itself was a Hebrew prayer, the Shema, some of the holiest words in all of Judaism. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. None of it made sense when put together. There were no letters, no photos, nothing explaining why any of it had been locked away in the same cabinet. It was just a strange assortment of objects, and one prayer sealed inside a box that was never meant to be opened. At first, nothing happened. Then one afternoon, when Kevin was out of the shop, an employee called him in a full-blown panic, convinced someone had broken in. She could hear furniture getting thrown around, glass shattering, a man screaming his lungs out. Kevin raced back to find the place dead silent. No busted doors, no broken windows, no footprints. Just shattered light bulbs all over the basement floor, and the overpowering stench of cat urine hanging in the air. Except they didn't own a cat. That employee never came back to work. She never even picked up her last paycheck. Then came the dreams, the same one, over and over. Kevin would be walking beside someone he loved, and they'd stop, turn toward him, and their face would warp into something ancient, almost mummified, something seething with hatred. He'd wake up at the exact moment they lunged at him. Sometimes he'd be covered in bruises he couldn't explain. And here's what makes that part worse, because it wasn't only Kevin. He claimed that friends and family who stayed over at his place while the cabinet was in the house started describing the very same dream, the same warped, hate-filled face. People who'd never spoken to each other, waking up rattled by the exact same nightmare. Hoping to get this thing out of his life, Kevin gave the cabinet to his mother as a birthday gift. And imagine that, knowing what he knew, he decided to pass it on to his own mother. And the date he handed it over, October 31st, Halloween. That same day, she suffered a massive stroke and lost her ability to speak. When he visited her in the hospital and asked what she thought of her present, she reached for a letter pad and slowly spelled out 2 words: hate gift. He handed it off to his sister next. I know, right? A week later, she gave it back, insisting the doors wouldn't stay shut, no matter how she latched them. His brother took a turn after that, and he and his wife started complaining about strange smells drifting through the house. Sweet jasmine first, followed by something rotten and putrid underneath. They could never track the source, but believed the cabinet had something to do with it. Kevin eventually sold the cabinet to a middle-aged couple, and 3 days later, found it sitting right back outside his shop door. A little note tucked inside it. This has a bad darkness. By then, Kevin swore he was seeing things too. Dark shapes at the corner of his eye that vanished the second he tried to look straight at them. Customers claimed they saw them as well. He'd given the cabinet away, sold it, handed it to family, and every single time it found its way back to him. So he did the only thing he could do. He tried to pawn it off. He photographed it, wrote down everything that had happened, and listed it on eBay, figuring he was finally passing the burden along to somebody else. Instead, he was about to unleash the debug box onto the entire
Welcome to my
world.
channel.
Kevin ended up getting a pile of bids on that cabinet. The winning bid came from a college student in Missouri named Yosef Nitsky, a total stranger with zero connection to Kevin. Never met him, never spoke to him, knew nothing beyond an eBay listing describing a cabinet that supposedly carried something evil. So he paid $140, and the cabinet showed up at his apartment a few days later. At first, nothing dramatic happened, just small stuff here and there. His hair started thinning out more than usual. He couldn't sleep right. A weird smell would drift through the apartment and vanish. And his car kept breaking down for no reason. Josef figured some of it was probably just bad luck. But the unease never really let up. And 8 months later, he did exactly what Kevin had done. He put it back up for sale. Now it was a story shared by two strangers, half a country apart, describing eerily similar experiences. The cabinet's next owner was a museum director named Jason Haxton, who'd been following the growing legend online and wanted to get to the bottom of it. What he didn't expect was how completely it would take over his life. Within months, Jason broke out in hives, got migraines that wouldn't quit, and started having choking fits out of nowhere. More than once, he claimed his eyes started bleeding. Instead of getting rid of the thing, he threw himself into researching it, consulting rabbis, digging through Jewish folklore for anything that could explain a dibuk and how you're supposed to deal with one. Jason said the cabinet never felt right in his hands. One time, he claimed the solid wood suddenly went soft, almost liquid, shifting under his fingers. Seconds later, a stabbing pain ripped through his stomach and dropped him straight to the floor. For a moment, he couldn't move at all. It didn't stop there. His wife developed painful, bleeding blisters after handling clothes he'd worn trying to contain the cabinet. Light bulbs in his office started exploding on their own, one after another, no cause anyone could find. It was as if whatever was in the cabinet was trying to leave Jason in literal darkness. Then the dream started. Night after night, the same figure, an old woman, her shriveled face frozen somewhere between grief and pure rage. She never spoke, never moved toward him, just stood there watching until he jolted awake. Kevin Mannis had described almost the exact same figure years earlier. The two men had never met, lived states apart, and by Jason's own account, he had no clue Kevin had ever mentioned nightmares in his listing. But the moment that really got under Jason's skin didn't happen while he was asleep. One evening, watching TV with his young son, the boy suddenly turned toward the dark hallway and pointed. He said he saw something moving, not a person, not an animal. A dark, flame-shaped thing glided silently through the house before it disappeared. Jason saw nothing himself, but he couldn't shake off what his son had described. Something a little kid had no business being able to invent. That's the moment Jason stopped treating the cabinet like a curiosity. He commissioned a gold-lined ark, sealed the cabinet inside, not to destroy whatever was attached to it, just to keep it contained, and for years refused to tell anyone where he'd hidden it. By now, the Dybbuk box had become something way bigger than the forgotten wine cabinet Kevin Mannis once tossed up on eBay. A furniture restorer, a college student, a museum director, strangers linked by nothing but this one cabinet, all telling remarkably similar stories about the same unseen thing. For more than 20 years, this story has spread almost exactly as Kevin Mannis first told it. A Holocaust survivor, a cursed cabinet, a spirit sealed inside. But once people started looking more closely, what they found didn't make the story any easier to dismiss. It made it stranger. So let's start with the woman herself. The Holocaust survivor who supposedly owned the cabinet for decades without ever opening it. Kevin did give her a name in his telling, Havela, said to have lived to 103. But that's where it ends. No death record, no photograph, no paper trail, nothing to prove Havela ever drew a single breath. Which raises an uncomfortable question. If she isn't a real person, then what exactly attached itself to three strangers who never met her and never even met each other? And there's a hole in the story that's even harder to explain away. Kevin always said Havela's entire family, her parents, her brothers, her sister, her husband, her children, were all murdered during the war. Every last one. So then, where did the granddaughter come from? The granddaughter who supposedly ran up to him at the sale and warned him what he'd bought. If everyone died, she shouldn't exist. And yet, she's the one who set this whole legend in motion. And then there's the Dybbuk box itself. Dybbukim are real figures in Jewish folklore, stretching back centuries, and that part of the story has genuine historical roots. The box does not. Researchers combed through religious texts and historical records and found stories of possession, exorcism, and wandering spirits, but never once, anywhere, a Dybbuk sealed inside a wooden cabinet. Not before 2003, anyway. Which leaves only two possibilities. Either something old had found an entirely new way to travel, or something else was happening here. Then there was the post. In 2015, Kevin dared anyone online to find proof that a Dybbuk box had ever existed before his listing. If someone could, he said, he'd pay them $100,000. He joked he'd tattoo the winner's name across his own forehead. And nobody came forward. What made Kevin so sure, so certain that he was the only person in history ever to have stumbled onto a genuine cursed cabinet with a Dybbuk inside it? In 2011, Jason Haxton published a book detailing his ordeal with the cabinet, written as fact rather than fiction. It found an audience, and soon word spread like wildfire, and Hollywood came knocking. In 2012, The Possession, a horror film produced by Sam Raimi, was loosely based on the legend of the Dybbuk box. It hit theaters worldwide, with both Manus and Haxton signed on as consultants. The Dybbuk box wasn't just an eBay listing anymore. It was a pop culture phenomenon. Even the film's production crew developed its own strange theories. The director recalled an unlit ceiling light exploding above him without warning. And 5 days after filming wrapped, a fire reportedly destroyed many of the movie's props, including the box replica itself. No one has ever substantiated those claims, but no one has ever ruled them out either. Eventually, the cabinet made its way into the hands of paranormal investigator Zach Bagans, who put it on permanent display in his haunted museum out of Las Vegas, behind glass, surrounded by warning signs where visitors have to be 18 and sign a waiver just to stand near it. It was there on Bagans' show, Deadly Possessions, that Manus and Haxton got reunited with the cabinet on camera. In one seriously unsettling segment, Manus stood in the museum's basement reciting an eerie monologue about a figure he called the Shadow Man, while the lights flickered around him. He then started coughing uncontrollably while a rabbi on set tried to step in. Bagans later claimed that touching the box sent what he called a dark force surging through his whole body, calling it one of the scariest moments of his life. Around that same time, the museum reported strange holes appearing in walls near the display, as if something on the other side were trying to claw its way out. Years later, Bagans went even further. On camera, he claimed he actually opened the box and that it spoke. He said he heard it whisper a name, Kevin, and then the word evil, followed by what sounded like the voice of a child. His crew swore they caught a figure forming inside the cabinet on film. Then, in June of 2018, this legend found a brand new audience. Musician Post Malone toured the museum, and Bagans took the cabinet out of its case. Now, remember, normally you have to sign a waiver just to stand near this thing. But Post Malone was a celebrity, so none of those precautions were taken. The second Bagans touched the box, Malone rested a hand on his shoulder. That's it. That's all the contact there was. In the weeks that followed, Malone's private jet made an emergency landing after a wheel got damaged mid-flight. He survived a serious car wreck, and armed intruders broke into a house he'd recently owned. He later confirmed all 3 on Late Night with Seth Meyers, calling it really, really odd stuff. By then, one eBay listing had become a best-selling book, a Hollywood movie, a museum exhibit, and a story a Grammy-nominated musician wouldn't stop talking about. Millions of people had heard it, millions more had passed it along. This thing had a life of its own now, which brings us to the part of the story none of us saw coming. In 2021, after 20 years of speculation, Kevin Mannis finally sat down and addressed the whole thing, on the record. And he made a confession. He called himself, first and foremost, a creative writer. And he said the Dybbuk box story, the one that had made the rounds on mainstream media for nearly 2 decades, had started out as something he concocted, not an ancient legend, not a family secret, just a story cooked up by one guy at his desk. That Hebrew prayer carved into the back of the cabinet, his own carving, that engraved stone inside, he made that too. The hair, it came from one of his friends who later admitted as much. Every object in that box was handpicked and arranged to suggest a history that never actually existed. Not to prove anything, just to spark people's curiosity. His goal from day one, he said, was to build an interactive horror story that would never really end. Because every new owner became another chapter, every weird coincidence, another piece of the legend. And that eerie Shadow Man monologue he'd recited in the museum basement, coughing and choking while the lights flickered, that wasn't possession. Skeptics later dug up the truth. It was a spoken word piece Mannis had written and uploaded to a music site years earlier. A poem, his own poem. He wasn't overcome by anything. He was performing his own material. He even admitted that the 2015 post, the 100 grand, the tattoo joke, was his first attempt at coming clean, 6 years before his full confession. Nobody caught on. And even after he came right out and said it, in his own words, in public, the legend didn't slow down one bit. And here's the thing that keeps this from being a tidy little story about a clever writer. Jason Haxton, the man who bled, blistered, and buried the cabinet in a gold-lined ark, has never fully accepted Kevin's confession. He believes something real happened to him. He said on record that he thinks Kevin didn't just write a scary story. He thinks Kevin deliberately put something real inside that box. Kevin denies that flat out. Neither man has ever backed down. And Zach Bagans, when told about the confession, he refused to concede a thing, pointing to everything his staff, his crew, his visitors, and Post Malone claimed to have experienced. But think about this. The whole legend rests on one image, an evil spirit trapped inside a box. But in the real folklore the story stole from, that's impossible. A Dybbuk can't live in an object. It survives by clinging to a living person, a host. A Dybbuk sealed in a cabinet isn't a real Dybbuk at all. So think about what that means. If something real was ever in this story, it was never in the box. The moment a living person got close enough, it would have moved into them. Kevin, Yosef, Jason, and that leaves you with 2 ways the story ends. If Kevin was telling the truth in his confession, it was all made up. There was never a Dybbuk, and there's nothing to be afraid of. But if Haxton is right, if something real did slip in, then Kevin's confession changes nothing, because a real Dybbuk was never in that box for him to take back. It escaped a long, long time ago into a person, maybe one of the men who owned it, maybe somebody who just stood a little too close on that display, on a night just like tonight. Okay, that is the end of tonight's story. I would really love to know what you guys think about this story. So join the discussion in the comment section, and I will see you guys on the next episode. Until then, good night. Bye-bye. Hey there, beauties and bees. Welcome back to the show. Is there anything creepier than dolls and mannequins? There's something about the smooth, glossy skin and the realistic but soulless eyes that just does something to me. You know, when I was a kid, there was nothing I wanted more than a Mimi doll. I don't know if she's still popular now, but anyways, she was sort of the Barbie of Korea. And she was so cute, you know, cool. And she had the best outfits. And I just loved her. So I told anyone who would listen, you know, Mimi this, Mimi that. And I dropped hints everywhere about how much I wanted a Mimi. And for my next birthday, my grandma gave me this beautiful cloth-wrapped gift. So, Mimi, I thought. I tried to open the wrapping with as much control as possible. First one corner, then the other, and finally the pink box began to emerge. And yeah, it wasn't a Mimi doll. It was a baby doll with those eyes that roll back and close when you lay it down. And while I was staring, horrified, my mom continued to open the box, all excited for me. And she lifted out the doll and handed it to me like it was a real baby. And guys, when I tell you I took that baby doll by the arm and flung it across the room, I was pissed. Yeah, I'm not exactly proud of my behavior. You know, I'm a little embarrassed to think back on that memory, even though my family thinks it's the funniest thing. But maybe that explains how lifelong my creepy doll hateration is. And please tell me I'm not alone. So imagine how I feel today as we go to an island full of dolls. Like fruit, they dangle from trees and sprout from bushes. Sometimes they're whole bodies, sometimes just arms, legs, heads. In many cases, their plastic has degraded over the years and black goo spills from mouths or eye sockets. Frilly pink dresses are tattered and moth-eaten. Chubby arms and legs have lost their form and dangle disjointed. In the daytime, the hordes of broken dolls is bad enough. In the night, their faces catch the light and shine like moons. And sometimes, just when they think you're not looking, they might even move. How did this island come to be? What strange force sweeps around the island and what tragedy happened there? Let's try to find out. So today, come with me to Mexico and the Isla de las Muñecas, the island of dolls. In the 1950s, a quiet and devout man by the name of Don Julian Santana Barrera moved to a chinampa in the water channels of Xochimilco on the south side of Mexico City. A chinampa is a kind of artificial island created by farmers in wetlands, sometimes called floating gardens, a name I really like. These canals were first created by Mexica or Aztecs hundreds of years ago. Barrera wanted to live alone, in peace, far from the chaos and noise of Mexico City, as well as the judgment of others. He was deeply religious and felt persecuted among the general population who felt his religious beliefs were too strong. He tended the land, spending his days in quiet solitude, caring for the emerald spinach and ruby radishes of his plot. Then one evening, everything changed. Work finished for the evening. He unbent his back and stretched, brushing soil from his thighs and knees. He closed his eyes against the setting sun. There was still a lot of warmth in it, but even as it washed over his face, he felt a chill, a feeling of intense wrongness that was like cold iron bars shooting through his feet and all the way up through his body. He turned from the sun and opened his eyes, scanning them across the neat rows of vegetation, then towards the nearby canal, golden in the sun. There was a shape, dark, round, something ballooning at the back. Ever so slowly, it moved along the gleaming water like a bead of dark honey down the side of a jar. Barrera's eyes narrowed, assessing, but if he was honest with himself, his instinct already knew what he was seeing. A body. His feet moved before his mind did, carrying him in the direction of this shape. As he got closer, he saw how small it was. It was a child. His pace picked up, and before he knew it, he was plunging into the water. The splashing sound startled birds from the trees, and all their evening chirping stopped. There was only silence, and Barrera's heavy legs moving through the water now. Finally, he intercepted the floating body. He saw that the ballooning pink shape was a pretty pink dress that had trapped some air and created a morbid sail. Her firm, chubby arms lay either side of her, and her head remained submerged, dragged down by the weight of her dark hair. He heaved the body up and into his arms. It was a weight he would never forget, heavy as it should be, heavy as death. He stumbled back through the water and towards the bank, depositing the girl at the edge before lifting himself out. He was shivering badly, even though the evening was warm. He turned the girl onto her back, and it was clear that she was dead. Her little body moved easily, though, bonelessly. It was clear she wasn't long dead. But how could it be? A dead little girl. Grief rose up in him like a tide. Her skin was waxy white, her lips blue, her eyes were open, a vivid green, the color of light through the painted windows of a church. But they were empty and staring. The dark lashes clumped and so thick, they looked almost artificial, almost like a doll's. After reporting the matter to the authorities and seeing the little girl's body carried away, Barrera returned to his garden. But he felt like something had fundamentally changed about it. His vegetables were thriving, but he felt depleted, wilted. It was like the death of the little girl had asked a question, and now he was poised, waiting for an answer. One day, not long after the event, things in his chinampa took a strange turn. Barrera was just putting his tools away one evening when he started to hear sweet singing coming from the direction of the water. He turned to look, knocking some tools with his elbow. They clattered to the floor, and the singing stopped. When he stopped to pick up the tools, the singing started again. His heart froze. He recognized the song. Mexican fam, I bet you can guess what the song is. Woe is me, Llorona, Llorona, you are my darling. It was the Mexican folk song La Llorona, a sad, powerful lament inspired by the folktale of the weeping woman. More on her later. The tools slipped from his hands. He stood, turning back again to the water, but whatever had been standing there vanished, leaving him only with the faintest impression that something had been there at all. It continued like this for many days. He tried to tell others about it, but they assured him it was the shock of finding the body and the old tales of river spirits getting to him. But Barrera was certain he had seen what he'd seen, felt what he'd felt, and heard what he'd heard. After the singing came whispers, giggles. A small shape seemed to flit between the plants and stalks, and every time he tried to catch a full look at it, he failed. Sometimes, when he was more immersed in his work, he'd feel a sharp tug on his shirt, but turning, sick with fright, there was nothing. One time he heard, clear as cut glass, "I want my doll." But there was nobody around as far as the eye could see. Then it came, the evening he heard crying. You know those big, full-bodied sobs that children are especially good at, and we adults should probably do a lot more, maybe a lot more. It was that sound, the sound that no caring person can resist following to comfort that person or child. Barrera, despite being unsettled and scared, followed the sound all the way past the spinach crop, past his little shed, and towards the water's edge. He saw something floating down the stream towards him. He closed his eyes against it. My God, he thought. What is this? Not again. But it was smaller, much smaller than before. It was a doll. It lay the same way, face down, and the same pink fabric billowed up behind it, air trapped in its little dress. A dainty straw hat was still fixed on its head. Barrera ran back to fetch a stick, and carefully, he eased the doll out of the current and towards him. He lifted the doll from the water and held it between his trembling hands. He was certain that this doll belonged to the little girl. He was certain she sent it to him. Now, beauties and beasts, this is where, like a lot of these stories, crucial details deviate. What happens next is that Barrera hung the doll up, but there are different reasons given why he did it. Some say he put it up to honor the little girl, while other accounts say he put it up as a talisman to protect him. Others say he put the doll up as a protection for the little girl in the afterlife. Whatever the reason, Barrera believed that the doll represented something important to the little girl, and it was to be the first of many. The very next day, another doll appeared, then another. Barrera was certain that somehow the little girl was communicating with him. He continued fetching and hanging any dolls or toys he found in the canal and surrounding waters, slowly building a forest of broken, beaten toys. He didn't try to mend them or clean them. He believed the decay had a kind of point and power. This all started with the death of a little girl, after all. People became worried about the quiet farmer. Arriving on his island by the gondola-like trajinera, they'd step into a haunting land of dead-eyed dolls. But Barrera insisted that no, these tokens were important. They kept bad spirits at bay. They were sacred. Soon, some visitors would also be convinced. This story comes from Carlos. Carlos is actually from around Xochimilco. Back in 2002, Carlos and his friend Othello, that's right, like the Shakespeare play, visited the island. They both had an interest in local history and some time to kill. So they really wanted to check out this place on their doorstep with a creepy reputation. They started by researching the story, then they chatted to some locals. They talked to Mr. Lopez, who actually knew Barrera. They learned that Barrera was a once respected but troubled man, and that he had left his wife and child to live on the island. Mr. Lopez went on to say, "You should go and see the dolls, but do not step onto the island." Barrera lived in a hut, and from the waters, he would fish out many items of rubbish. Often he would find old dolls that had floated down the canal, and every time he found a new one, he would place it in a tree or hang it upon a line. In time, he collected many, and when people asked him about it, he would tell them that the dolls were sacred to him, for they contained the spirit of a little girl who had died in the canal. The boys nodded along, but they had the feeling that maybe Mr. Lopez was exaggerating a little for their benefit. After all, the island had long become a tourist attraction. As they were standing to leave, Mr. Lopez offered some final information. Many believe that when the sun goes down and the dark night comes, the dolls come to life and walk upon the island. I myself have driven my trajinera past the island at night, and I have seen things. What things? Carlos asked. Mr. Lopez seemed to carefully consider his next words. His sharp eyes regarded both boys for a long, long time. Finally, he answered, "Small people, like very tiny children, running in the long grass. I have heard them giggling like children, but they are not children." A bone-deep shiver ran down Carlos's spine. He looked at Othello, but he seemed unbothered. His deep brown eyes sparkled with amusement. "Thanks, Mr. Lopez," Othello said, and as they walked off, he nudged Carlos's arm like, "Get a load of this guy." But Carlos wasn't so sure. Mr. Lopez looked awfully serious. The pair arrived on the island while it was still daytime. Their boatman didn't linger, only left them with a curt warning to be careful and a promise he would return the next day to collect them. Though this he delivered with a cagey, uncertain look in his eyes. The island was just about as scary as described. There were a few other tourists wandering around, and sometimes they caught each other's eyes and giggled nervously. The blank eyes, or even eye sockets, followed them wherever they went, while an unsettled breeze blew through the dry plants and rickety old trellises. Carlos felt extremely uncomfortable, faced with head after head after head after head. Some of them had sunken cheeks, some had mouths dribbling black goo, some were sun-damaged in a way that left their plastic skin pockmarked and stippled with a texture like empty honeycomb. A sufferer of trypophobia, an intense fear of small holes or bumps, Carlos gagged and had to look away. Othello jostled his arm and smiled his broad, handsome smile. Night fell. The other tourists left, and both boys were left alone. The first thing Carlos noticed was how deafeningly loud the cicadas were. The pair had to raise their voices to be heard as they sat sipping coffee and eating snacks among the ravaged plastic bodies. Just as Carlos was about to offer another biscuit, Othello sat up straighter, his eyes wide. He saw something moving in the darkness behind Carlos. "Shut up," Carlos complained. He didn't like it when Othello goofed around in scary situations. But Othello shook his head. He was serious. He raised his torch towards the space behind Carlos. "Screw this," Carlos thought, and scooted around so he was facing the same direction. Sure enough, something was moving in the darkness right behind where Carlos had been sitting. It moved in a slow arc back and forth, a pale blob shaped like a sausage. Carlos almost wanted to laugh, but then his eyes made sense of what he was seeing. It was a doll. No arms, no legs, just a torso and a head swinging by a rope from its neck like it had been hanged. Its pudgy little face should have been cute. It was originally a child's toy, for God's sake, but it was grinning grotesquely. Its plastic little teeth were all pointed. Just when the boys thought it couldn't get any stranger, the plastic mouth creaked open, then open again. Something was pushing its way out from within. White, glistening, undulating with movement from inside. A fat, wet worm dropped to the ground and split open where it landed, oozing greenish liquid. Both boys sprang to their feet, knocking over coffee and crushing biscuits. They sprinted to the edge of the island and started calling out the distant lights of boats to come help them. But they found their voices drowned out by the sound of the roaring cicadas. Othello spun around, suddenly with a yelp. "What?" Carlos cried. "Footsteps," Othello answered. Panic surged through Carlos. He understood now how sheep became so startled they threw themselves off cliffs or into traffic. Something giggled right in his ear. He made to jump into the water. He'd swim from the island if he had to, but a firm hand caught his shirt from behind. "No," said Othello. "Don't you see? That's what they want." He swung the torch around and pointed it into the water. Through the greenish murk, old netting and a forest of canal weeds could be seen moving back and forth, slowly with the current. "They want to drown us, Carlos." It was true. The water was much deeper than it first appeared, and Carlos wasn't exactly a good swimmer to begin with. He saw his near future like an apparition. Him caught in the netting, shoes filling with water, then his mouth, then his lungs as he was dragged down and down towards the same fate as the little girl. The canals weren't so deep, but they didn't have to be, not if there was enough intent. Just as Carlos's panic was reaching fever pitch, a bright light nearly blinded them both. They threw their arms up to shield their eyes and then heard a familiar, graveling voice say, "You young people, you never listen." It was Mr. Lopez, back to fetch them. Reaching Mr. Lopez's small dock again, Carlos tried to explain what had happened with chattering teeth. Stuttering and failing, Carlos stopped as Othello took over. "They wanted us to run into the water," he said. "I am sure this is why they wanted to scare us." Mr. Lopez looked at him with tired but not unkind eyes. "Of course," he said. "What do you think happened to Mr. Barrera?" Mr. Barrera lived on the island for over 50 years. His collection grew and grew as he continued his mission to add more and more dolls. It's said that today there are around 4,000 dolls. In 2001, Mr. Barrera's nephew joined him on the island to help him plant pumpkins. They worked together in the odd company of an army of dolls. At one point, the nephew went to work on the garden, and when he returned to find his uncle, his body was lying face down in the canal, drowned. It was in the exact same spot the girl's body was first found. He was 80 years old. Mr. Barrera's nephew later moved to the island. I know, right? He'd tell visitors about how the dolls would move their heads or whisper to each other. When he was asked who he thinks haunts the island, he answered plainly, "The little girl." He said you can still hear a little girl's voice at night. And he added that now you can also hear the sound of his uncle's cane. Is Mr. Barrera now the latest addition to this haunted island? And who, if anyone, will be the island's next victim? Some locals don't like the canals due to a bad energy rumored to flow through them long before Barrera discovered the body of the young girl. There are claims of seeing spirits in or above the water, and even stories about possessions. In fact, some people think Mr. Barrera was possessed. And then there is the song the little girl was singing, La Llorona. I don't want to get too much into it here because we have another video for that, so if you're curious, you can check out that video. But in many versions of the popular folktale, La Llorona is the ghost of a woman who drowned her children. She is now condemned to wander near rivers, lakes, and canals searching for them. In many tellings, her cry is an omen to stay away from the water at night. Could this be connected to Carlos and Othello's experience? Indeed, could this be connected to Mr. Barrera's fate? Then there is the power of water as it relates to death. During Dia de los Muertos, Days of the Dead, many Mexican families built an altar for their deceased loved ones. They place a glass of water on the altar to help quench the thirst of the deceased as they make their long journey in the afterlife. Water was also seen as a connection to the divine. And then there is the more direct meaning. The river of life, purification, a connection between this place and the next, and so on. What are our thoughts on the power of water when it comes to spirits and death? Guys, I think it's interesting and sad and maybe comforting sometimes. How grief is often expressed through items or tokens. How we need something physical still here in this plane to remember those who have passed over. For Mr. Barrera, it was dolls, and it's possible he was really a man in the grip of religious zealousness or who wanted to find meaning in the meaningless death of a child. Maybe through isolation, he became unwell, vulnerable to sadnesses that only grew over time with each new doll. You will be shocked to hear that the Island of Dolls is absolutely somewhere I could never go. I'm just way too creeped out by dolls. But I'm sure that, among other things, it's a powerful shrine, not only to that girl, but to our own relationship with loss and the beyond. So what do you think? And where are all my doll haters at? Let's catch up in the comments. And until next time, bye-bye. August 7th, 1994, Oakville, Washington. A small, peaceful town where downpours were a regular part of life. That morning, however, the rain was unlike anything Oakville had ever seen. These were no ordinary raindrops. What fell from the sky were jelly-like blobs that were squishy to the touch. They were described as stretchy and sticky. The townsfolk were mystified, but their curiosity quickly turned into horror as people began falling seriously ill. Even animals were not spared. Pets and livestock were dropping dead. Was it all caused by the mysterious jelly rain? What exactly was in the jelly? And why, for some residents, would the nightmare last not days, but months? Let's get into the story. Police officer David Lacey was patrolling the town in the early hours. Around 3 a.m., a rainstorm came swiftly. Not unusual for a town that receives over 50 inches of rain a year, and that's well above the U.S. average of about 30 inches. Officer Lacey switched on his windshield wipers, but instead of clearing away the rain, the screen turned cloudy. The wipers started making a strange squeaking, grinding sound. Sensing something amiss, he pulled into a gas station and got out to examine his windshield. And he was met by a baffling sight. Small gelatinous blobs, about half a grain of rice in size, blanketed the entire windshield. Officer Lacey looked around, and the blobs were everywhere. Curious, he picked up a piece and examined it from every angle. He held it to his nose. It smelled faintly of rainwater, but was otherwise odorless. The texture was soft and slippery. It felt like the kind of jelly one might snack on, not something you'd expect to fall from the sky. So how did it end up as rain? Officer Lacey wasn't the only one who had questions. As Oakville stirred to life, residents woke up to their porches, lawns, and roads covered by the strange substance. It became the talk of the town soon enough as word spread among the population of less than 700. The jelly rain fell 5 more times over the next 3 weeks, covering an area about 20 square miles. And that's roughly the size of Manhattan or half of San Francisco City. And it wasn't just the rain that was strange. In the days that followed, some residents noticed something else. The finish of their cars had started to dull and pit, almost as if something had eaten into the paint. According to some locals, the odd jelly had left a mark behind. This detail was never independently confirmed in the original lab reports, but became one of the strangest pieces of the puzzle. Because how do you explain a substance that's gentle enough to be mistaken for jelly, yet apparently aggressive enough to strip paint? People were puzzled, but didn't immediately raise alarms, at least not until they started getting sick, one by one. And it wasn't the ordinary kind of sick. Crushing fatigue, waves of nausea that wouldn't quit, breath that wouldn't come easy, and vertigo so violent some couldn't even stand. Officer Lacey was one of the first to report becoming ill, and he wouldn't be the last. Beverly Roberts, who'd kept a piece of the jelly out of curiosity, began to feel unwell too. By her own account, the illness didn't pass in a few days the way a normal flu might. It dragged on. Weeks turned into months, by some accounts 2 to 3 months, before she started to feel like herself again. So did Dottie Hearn, who collapsed on her bathroom floor, too weak to move. Her daughter, Sunny Barclift, found her pale, barely able to speak, unable to get herself up off the floor. For Sunny, that moment is often described as the one where the jelly rain stopped being a curiosity and became something frightening. And she wasn't alone in that shift. Across the town, what have started as neighbors swapping stories about the strange substance on their lawns slowly turned into something closer to dread. as more and more households reported someone in the family falling ill within days of each other. Other residents described symptoms that came in waves rather than all at once. A few days of feeling fine, followed by another crash of fatigue and nausea, as though the illness simply wasn't finished with them yet. For a town used to dealing with little more than seasonal colds and the occasional flu, this kind of relapsing sickness was something new, and it left people guessing at what they'd actually been exposed to. Oaksville's police chief wasn't spared either. He was reportedly so sick that he wasn't able to carry out his duties for a stretch of time. The man whose job it was to investigate the jelly rain was, for a while, sidelined by it himself. It's not a detail that made it into official records, but residents who lived through it remember it. Whatever was in the jelly, it seemed, you didn't need to be standing under it to be affected by it. Several residents said that they had picked up a blob with their bare hands, and within hours, they felt the same crushing fatigue and body aches as everyone else. Then came the animals. Pets, livestock, creatures that had no business getting sick started showing the same telltale signs. Vomiting, diarrhea, some didn't survive. Beverly was quoted as saying she had spotted a dead frog and raven near the blobs in her garden and knew of at least 12 animals that died. Neighbors compared notes over fences. Parents kept kids off the lawn. People who'd normally let their dogs roam free started keeping them indoors, just in case. Almost everyone either knew someone who gotten sick or had gotten sick themselves. Inevitably, a pattern was emerging. Surely it's no mere coincidence for so many to fall sick at the same time. So news crews began showing up. Reporters knocked on doors, asking residents to describe the jelly, the smell, the symptoms, anything that might help explain what had happened. Local papers ran the story first, but it didn't stay local for long. By the third week of August, the New York Times had picked up the story, publishing a piece on the unexplained jelly. It gave Oakville a level of national credibility the town rarely got. Suddenly, a place most Americans had never heard of was being discussed in one of the country's most read newspapers. As the days wore on, Oakville transformed from a town where practically nothing happened to becoming the center of national attention. For some residents, the unfamiliar spotlight added to their unease, a sense that something had indeed gone very wrong in their quiet town. People were no longer just asking, what is in the jelly? But more urgently, what is it doing to us? When Dottie Hearn collapsed in her home, her daughter Sunny Barclift had a hunch that it could be linked to the jelly. She collected samples and handed them to the hospital for testing. A technician reportedly found that it contained white blood cells, but could not ascertain if they were human. This deepened the mystery, but not for long. The finding didn't survive scrutiny. Different retellings over the years described the technician's comments differently. Some stated white blood cells specifically. Others said the cells simply resembled them. No one could agree on what that very first test actually showed. More tests were carried out to varying results. At the Washington State Department of Health, microbiologist Mike McDowell discovered 2 types of bacteria. The first was Pseudomonas fluorescens, commonly found in soil, on plants, and in water. The second bacterium was Enterobacter cloacae, a microbe that lives quietly in the human gut, usually causing no trouble at all, except in people with weakened immune systems, in which case it could lead to pneumonia or urinary tract infections. Some seized on this. Maybe, they argued, this bacterium could explain everything. But the theory didn't hold up. If Enterobacter cloacae were truly behind the wave of illness, it would have been concentrated among the very young, the elderly, or those with already compromised immune systems. It might happen at, say, a hospital ward filled with sickly patients. Instead, healthy adults like Officer Lacey were falling ill right alongside them. and sweeping through an entire town where the community was generally healthy. Statistically, it was a stretch. Barcliffe didn't give up. She sent samples to the Washington State Department of Ecology and persuaded Mike Osweiler, a hazmat responder with a hazardous material spill response unit, to look into them. Osweiler reported the presence of cells of various sizes, but didn't find any nuclei. No nuclei meant that they were not white blood cells, contradicting the hospital technician's initial findings. Oakville was back at square one, but all was not lost. 1 year after the jelly rain had come and gone, Barcliffe found one last sample stored in her freezer. She sent it to the private lab where microbiologist Tim Davis got to work. What he found added yet another layer to the mystery. Eukaryotic cells, cells with a nucleus, the kind of cells found in animals, not bacteria, not a microbe. So this was something that was alive, or had once been. Davis noted that the cells, he observed, didn't cleanly resemble any single species he could identify on site. That ambiguity might have meant degraded, frozen, then thawed samples that had simply broken down too much to classify after a year in a home freezer. No one, including Davis, was willing to say which for certain. 4 labs, 4 tests, 4 results later, there was still no conclusion. No one could agree on anything, not even at the cellular level. And the more you line these findings up, side by side, the stranger the picture gets. This was a substance that reportedly melted at room temperature, yet held together long enough to blanket windshields and lawns across 20 square miles. It may have contained living cells, yet some say it also stripped the paint off cars. That's something you'd expect from a corrosive chemical, not a biological sample. And somehow, this same substance allegedly made people sick just from touching it with bare hands. Biological, chemical, both somehow, and neither somehow. None of it fit together. Sonny Barcliffe, more than anyone, lived through that uncertainty. It stayed with her for a long time. After watching 4 different labs fail to agree on what the jelly even was, it's not hard to understand why she came to believe that someone, somewhere, already knew the answer, but wasn't telling. One thing was clear. What started out as strange weather had morphed into something much bigger, something that became known as the Oakville blobs. Once that name took hold, the theories came fast. With the exposure came a flood of theories from people who had never even set foot in Oakville. Armchair investigators wrote in with their own explanations. Some plausible, some wild, and the case began circulating in early internet forums and paranormal newsletters, long before viral was even a word people used for stories like this. Some said the blobs were waste that fell out of an airplane. Others said it came from the sea. Some believed it came from somewhere far more deliberate. So let's dive deeper into these 3 main hypotheses. One would prove more shocking than the others. So the first theory was that the jelly was waste dropped from an airplane, specifically toilet waste mixed with disinfectant, frozen solid by the frigid air at high altitude. People call this blue ice. So under normal circumstances, the waste tank is never supposed to be emptied during flight, but there had been the occasional incident where blue ice actually fell to the ground or hit and damaged the roofs of houses. But this hypothesis was quickly met with rebuttals. For one, blue ice, as its name suggests, is characteristically blue in color. The jelly that fell on Oakville was translucent. The texture was different too. Blue ice is hard, not squishy. Even if blue ice had really fallen from an airplane, the idea that it could fall across about 20 square miles of land, not once, but 6 times in total, what were the odds? And there was a logistical problem too. Blue ice incidents, on the rare occasions they do happen, can typically be traced back to a single flight on a single day. Oakville's jelly rain repeated itself over 3 weeks, which would have meant multiple planes on multiple separate occasions, all leaking waste over the exact same small town. A coincidence that didn't even make sense for supporters of the theory. The second theory suggested that it could be jellyfish. Some townsfolk remarked that the jelly looked and felt similar to the tentacles of a jellyfish. But how did the oceanic creatures get to the clouds and then drop to Earth like rain? Some believe that a water spout could have sucked seawater up and into the sky along with the jellyfish. After traveling dozens of miles, the jellyfish broke into pieces and came down with the rain. It sounds like the makings of a sci-fi film, but in reality, was it possible for a water spout to suck up that quantity of jellyfish and carry them more than 30 miles inland? Supporters of the theory offered another explanation. At the time, the 354th Fighter Squadron was conducting practice bombing runs roughly 50 miles off the Washington coast. Maybe the explosions had blown apart schools of jellyfish, sending fragments high into the air where they were swept inland and fell with the rain. But not a single lab across a year of testing found anything resembling jellyfish in the samples. This made the theory difficult to sustain, however appealing the visual similarity might have been. The third hypothesis was formed through eyewitness accounts. Locals have spotted military aircraft flying over Oakville at low altitude on several occasions. This raised suspicions that the military or the government was secretly carrying out biochemical weapons testing on Oakville. It wasn't without merit. This had actually happened in the past. In 1950, the US Navy deliberately released a bacterium over the San Francisco area in a horrifying experiment meant to study the effects on the human body. And in 1968, the US Army conducted a chemical weapons test at a proving ground in Utah. It killed 6,000 sheep. Closer to home, Western Washington had long hosted Air Force and Navy installations. Military aircraft were, and still are, a familiar sight in parts of the state. When Oakville residents reported seeing low-flying military planes around the time of the jelly rain, it fueled suspicions that the two events might be connected. It wasn't entirely far-fetched to believe that the jelly rain could be some sort of secret experiment. But what were they testing, and why Oakville? As if that wasn't enough to cause ripples, an unexpected incident further shook residents to the core. It was a mystery within an already complex mystery. Mike McDowell, the microbiologist who had discovered the two types of bacteria in the jelly, had wanted to conduct further tests on the samples, but they had vanished from his lab. When McDowell reported the matter to his supervisor, he was reportedly told, "Do not ask." There were also whispers, supposedly shared by McDowell's sons years after the incident, that his receptionist at the time had said the black suits took it. Such cryptic undertones added fuel to the biochemical weapons theory. If the jelly rain was indeed some sort of hushed experiment, it's not surprising that there would be attempts to destroy or cover up the evidence. That could explain another odd incident that happened 3 years after the jelly rain first fell. 3 unfamiliar men showed up at the diner where Barcliff worked and asked her pointed questions about the blobs. She has described the encounters as unsettling, less for what the men said than for how they said it. Calm, methodical questions about specifics she hadn't spoken about publicly in years. They never explained who they worked for or why they cared. By Barcliff's account, they left as suddenly as they'd arrived, offering no business cards, no follow-up, and no answers. Customers at the diner who had observed the exchange had taken note on the vehicle that the men arrived in, and in particular, the license plate. Barcliff later found out that it was registered to Fort Hood, now Fort Cavazos, Texas, one of the U.S. Army's largest installations. Why did those men drive over 2,000 miles to Oakville to question her? Who had sent them? What do they want with the information she provided? A mysterious jelly poured from the skies over Oakville over 30 years ago. In the weeks that followed, residents reported serious illnesses that, for some, dragged on for months, while pets and livestock suffered unusual symptoms of their own. Even the town's own police chief, by some accounts, wasn't spared. Was the jelly actually blue ice dumped from airplanes, or fragments of jellyfish sucked up from the sea? A biochemical weapon the government was secretly testing. Whatever it was, it left behind a substance that seemed to break its own rules, melting like jelly, yet allegedly damaging paint like a chemical, supposedly carrying living cells, yet defying every lab that tried to pin it down. More than 3 decades on, the Oakville blobs remains a mystery with more questions than answers. Oakville continues to receive abundant rain. The blobs, they have not been seen again in the quiet town since that summer of 1994. Although it's worth noting that in 2025, in another small town called Rochester, just 10 miles from Oakville, a resident claimed that similar gelatinous bits fell from the sky during a rainstorm. Could the Oakville blobs have returned? We might just have to come back to that one. Okay, that is the end of today's story. And what do you think? If you have your own theory, please write them in the comments. Okay, time to say goodbye, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey there, beauties and bees. Welcome back to the show. We are at the final episode of our Appalachian trilogy. We've covered the lore of the mountains, the famous Greenbrier ghost, and now we arrive at one of Appalachia's most notorious and even beloved legends. So shall we start with a little guided meditation of sorts? Let's do it. It's a still, cool autumn night, and it's still early, just past dark. But it feels like the whole world is asleep. Not even the bats are zipping overhead. The only sound is the distant hum of the highway. The sky is a sea of gray, an orange cloud lit by a warm moon rising. Close your eyes and listen. Shh. Can you hear the beating of wings? A sensation runs up and down the length of your bare arms, whipping the hairs to attention. There is the sweeping of air and the brush of velvet. Open your eyes again and unfocus them. Let your gaze drift to the middle distance and imagine you're looking into a deep, dark wood. Twin points of red stare back. Eyes. As your gaze adjusts, you see a figure take shape around the glowing red eyes. 2 massive shapes like the black sails of pirate ships rising up from behind it. Legend has already told you what you're seeing. Legend, you realize, has already told you what it means. You're looking at a cryptid, a mysterious creature who lives in rumor and mist. And this is one of the most famous cryptids of all. You are looking at the Mothman. November 12, 1966, Clendenin, West Virginia. This is the state where the Greenbrier ghost of our last story gave her chilling testimony against her murderer. And this is the state of the terrifying and tragic Trans-Allegheny Asylum. So if any West Virginians or people from Appalachia in general are watching, please get in touch in the comments if you have stories or accounts of your own. Around 20 miles from Charleston, Clendenin is a small town. And in 1966, The population was only around 1,500, the kind of town where everyone knows everyone and where, to quote the meme, nothing ever happens. 5 gravediggers were working their shift when something caught their attention above them. One by one, they stretched out their tired backs to look up. I think humans, like most animals, have this awareness that most of us never engage with in day-to-day life, but it's an innate survival mechanism. Because even though these guys were at hard work, something in their gut told them to look up from the ditches. Above them, a dark mass soared through the sky. It shot to the trees, then darted between them, fast as a swift. The gravediggers later recorded that they'd seen a huge brown-winged human being. They were terrified and didn't even take the time to glance at each other for assurance before they threw down their shovels and heaved themselves out of the hole or slipped and stumbled over mounds of earth. The fact that these men were scared, given their occupation, says a lot. As they ran from the graveyard, it was like the air was being churned up around them by the beating of those enormous wings. Each of them was so sure that at any moment, their animal fear that something was about to careen into them from behind and snatch them up into the air would be justified. Whatever that was they'd seen was no good, not natural, and could only mean harm. But as they began to tire and slow, they turned to see that the creature vanished. The men were left gasping, shaking their hands together to the sky, that their lives had been spared. This became what's considered to be the first sighting of the Mothman, a giant of supernatural storytelling and a creature that, to this day, raises more questions than it answers. But we will try to answer some today. And, probably ask more questions. That's what we do, right? 3 days after the gravediggers' encounter, another sighting happened in nearby Point Pleasant. I think there are few places on this planet more well-known for the supernatural than Point Pleasant, West Virginia. 2 young couples, Roger and Linda Scarberry, and Mary and Steve Mallet, had driven to a wooded area west of Point Pleasant that was one of those romantic hotspots that get popular because they're a little creepy. The kind I'm talking about. Like when I was a kid, it was an abandoned school. In this case, it was an old World War II munition site near a power station. The 4 of them were just hanging out and making out, of course, when they had the sensation of being watched. Glancing out through the car window, they saw a pair of red eyes steadily staring back at them. Squinting into the darkness, the shape of something began to materialize around the glowing red orbs. It was huge, hulky, heavy. It stood proudly with broad shoulders, and behind it, broad and powerful shapes arced upwards, then down again, their ends sweeping the floor. There was just a beat of silence as the 4 people processed what they were seeing. Then, as one, they screamed in terror. The sound roused the creature and it leaped into the air, heading straight for them. It shrieked as it flew at them, a noise that pierced their eardrums and sounded totally alien, like no animal, and like no human. It landed in front of them, but the moment the headlights washed over it, it shrieked and flew off again. Roger hit the gas, tires spitting up gravel as they struggled to gain traction, and finally, they bit into the road and the car started tearing away. But they weren't about to get away so easily because the creature was right behind them and gaining. Trying to block out the screams of the others, Roger looked down at the speedometer. It read 100 miles per hour. He pressed his foot down on the accelerator. But it was no use. As the enormous creature grew larger in the rearview mirror, Roger's mind raced to think of a solution that would save them. Just as they exited the town limits and it looked like they were about to get caught, the creature shot overhead and disappeared into a field. Roger slowed the car and stopped it, but he kept the engine running. The car's occupants sat in stunned silence. What had they just seen? The drive back to the town was long and fraught, each person shaken, each embarrassed by their screaming, each endlessly thankful for their lives. They made their way to the sheriff's department and reported what they'd seen to Deputy Sheriff Millard Halstead. The officer later recounted how spooked they'd all appeared. He said, "I've known these kids all their lives. They'd never been in trouble, and they were really scared that night." In the first sighting by the gravediggers, the men were paranoid that they wouldn't be believed. They knew what they'd seen sounded impossible. In this case, Halstead was kind enough to add, "I took them seriously." He even followed them back to the last area they'd seen the creature, but there was no sign of it. When he went to radio in his update, a loud shrieking came over the radio, and he violently shut the sound off. He was right to take them seriously, it seemed. The next day, there was a meeting with the press. The couples told their encounter to the room. Having described it, the humanoid shape, the red eyes and huge wings, the press dubbed the creature the Mothman, and thereby gave name to the legend. And I cannot resist adding this interesting little fact. The name Mothman was actually inspired by Batman, the TV show, which debuted in 1966, which is sort of, how Stan comes from the Eminem song and it feels so natural and like a name that's been around forever. So how can it come from something so modern? Yeah, that's sort of how this feels, right? Anyway, and there is one more witness I want to look at before I move on, and that's Newell Partridge. And dog lovers, look away now. Partridge was a building contractor based in Salem. No, not that one, the one in West Virginia. One evening, totally spent after a hard day's work, he was sitting on the couch with his beloved German Shepherd, Bandit, enjoying some television. At around 10:30 p.m., his television immediately cut out. Partridge sat up, alert. Then his TV began to act strangely. A weird pattern had been fuzzing across the screen. At the same time, a loud whining noise started up outside. Partridge later said it sounded like a generator starting up. Bandit launched into a frantic state of howling and barking. Already freaking out, Partridge rummaged around for his flashlight, grabbed it, and rushed outside to investigate. No sooner had he opened his door than he met with two red eyes that, to quote, looked like bicycle reflectors. They were staring back at them from beside his barn, which was about 150 yards, around 130 meters from his house. He was certain immediately that these eyes did not belong to any normal animal. He was about to back up inside to call for help when Bandit, sweet, loyal, protective Bandit, launched himself off the porch and across the yard to chase off the creature. Partridge called to the dog, but Bandit wouldn't listen. He had to protect his master. Partridge slipped back into the house to grab his gun, and I think it's important we show some compassion to Newell Partridge here, he was too frightened. He became paralyzed with fear. Inside his home, his hands stayed on the doorknob as Bandit's barks became more frenzied and finally stopped. Upset, Partridge later told reporters that the creature was so terrifying, so menacing, that he couldn't bear to go outside. All night, eyes staring at the ceiling and ears tuned to the absent barking of his companion, Partridge slept with a gun by his side. Morning came, and all that was left of Bandit was ring after ring of paw prints in the mud, almost like the dog had been chasing its tail. A couple of days later, Partridge spotted an article in the local paper. It was the witness accounts from the Scarberries and Mallets, the couples from Point Pleasant. And it was from the night after Bandit went missing. Right there in the account was a detail that stole Partridge's breath away. During the panicked escape from the creature, Roger had seen the body of a large dog lying discarded on the side of the road. And when they were making their way back to tell the sheriff about what they'd seen, the body was gone. Bandit, who I think we can all agree is truly the best boy, was never seen again. More and more people spotted the Mothman as the days and weeks rolled on. Each new story was another thread to the growing tapestry of fear, mystery, and horror. Then came the event that would give rise to the supposed power and meaning of the Mothman. The power of premonition and foreboding. It was December 15th, 1967, so just about a year after the first sightings. The Silver Bridge was a huge suspension structure built in 1928. It connected Point Pleasant with Gallipolis in Ohio. Just as the clock was about to strike 5 p.m. and full of rush hour traffic, the bridge buckled under the weight, dropping 46 people to their death in the freezing waters. And after this, the Mothman sightings in the area stopped. With that, the Mothman has been named as a kind of harbinger of doom, a seer of disaster, a herald of misery, or more innocently, a sign rather than a cause of bad things to come. Kind of like the Banshee of Ireland, the Washerwomen of Breton, or other similar warning spirits. The Mothman has been linked to the Chernobyl disaster and the tragic Fukushima tsunami, but these accounts have been dispelled as fiction. There are some other possible explanations, though. One theory provided by a local professor of wildlife is that the Mothman is a case of mistaken identity, with the true identity being a large sandhill crane, a bird which is as tall as a person and has red skin around its eyes. Another is that it's a prank that has only gained power with each new sighting. Aside from the cryptid theory, its most widely accepted and persevering explanation is that it is a fallen angel, a sleep paralysis demon like we saw with the Hat Man, or an alien, which is where I want to bring in a forgotten star of this legend. We have a woman called Mary Heyer to thank for such detailed reporting about the Mothman. Working for the Athens Messenger, she was the local journalist who first broke the story back in 1966. Her headline was, "Winged, Red-Eyed Thing Chases Point Pleasant Couples Across Countryside." Alone, she documented 13 sightings and became a safe haven for people to share their accounts. She also published stories about other oddities in her weekly column, Where the Waters Mingle. I know we mentioned Batman before, but to me, Heyer is like a real-life Lois Lane. Eventually, a man called John Keel, a paranormal investigator from New York, reached out to Heyer to collaborate. They became loyal allies, sharing theories and leads with each other, and even going on late-night stakeouts together to check out weird lights over the West Virginia mountains. These are different from the famous North Carolina Brown Mountain lights, also seen in Appalachia. A stakeout to hunt for UFOs? She is so cool. And speaking of UFOs, Hire's story is about to get weirder. As her reporting became more famous, Hire became embroiled in the beginnings of Men in Black lore. Apparently, she was visited again and again in her office by strange, pale men in identical dark suits who warned her to stop writing about the Mothman. She described these men as walking cadavers. Creepy. In Keel's notes, the men acted oddly, and one night they spent the entire time parked outside Hire's office. And another time, they acted totally dumbfounded by basic human utensils like a notepad or a pen. Almost like they weren't really from around these parts, if you catch my drift. Unfortunately, not much else is known about the men and Hire's encounters with them. Following the collapse of the Silver Bridge, Hire's investigative efforts doubled, and she spent line after line of print writing about the tragedy, and she became estranged from friends as she became obsessed with her work, and just 3 years later, at the age of 54, she died. Her clippings can be found in the Point Pleasant Mothman Museum, if anyone ever passes through. After she passed away, she was memorialized in John Keel's most famous book. You might have heard it. It's called The Mothman Prophecies. Okay, so confession time. I keep a really open mind. I couldn't run this channel without being open-minded, curious, and really passionate about the paranormal. But the Mothman was one story that I was always a little uninspired by. I'm not sure why. I always felt it was a little goofy, a little on the nose. Or maybe it was just a victim of its own fame. I felt there wasn't really anything else to learn or to say. But guys, I have to confess, researching this, I am a convert. Weirdly, this is a legend with some of the most convincing witness accounts I've come across. I think the connection to disaster is maybe a little tenuous, but even then, if it was a harbinger of doom, wouldn't that cement it in place with so many similar legends of spirits or entities warning of things to come? I just want to point out that I was humbled by the story, and my preconceptions were totally subverted. I think there is so much else to explore. The Men in Black, the lights in the sky, the fallen angel angle, and also this feeling that the Mothman is ancient somehow. That maybe I was initially so underwhelmed because it's a cryptid that almost feels natural, if that makes sense. And one more thing about the bridge collapse. Maybe we need to attribute such loss all down to a crack in a bridge and the randomness of being in the wrong place at the wrong time to something else. That's also a possibility. What do you think? Appalachia has been such a gift to explore, and I know we've just scratched the surface. You, our community, are truly my biggest inspiration. So really, if you have any insights or theories of your own, I am begging you to put them in the comments. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me on this unholy trilogy. From mountain lore to domestic gore to a winged shadow that hangs in the West Virginian sky and leaves us wanting more. Appalachia, you have been wild. See you next time, everyone. Take care, and remember, don't whistle in the mountains, and beware red eyes that watch from the woods. Hi there, beauties and bees. Welcome back to the show. We are on episode 2 of our Appalachia trilogy. We started with some Appalachian lore in episode 1, where whistling the mountains invites unwanted attention, and strange creatures prowl the dark woods, calling out the names of their victims. For today's episode, we are going back in time to explore what is maybe Appalachia's most famous ghost. In Meadow Bluff, West Virginia, there is a church, Soul Chapel, and in that chapel's cemetery, there is a gravestone. It looks unremarkable at first, rectangular, gray, and with just the faintest curve at the top. In each upper corner are pretty carved flowers with fronds of leaves spilling loose. The person who lies at rest there was young when she died, only in her early 20s. Her body was buried not once, but twice. Why? We will discover that later. The name on the gravestone reads Zona Heaster Shoe, and below that, Greenbrier Ghost. A grieving mother kneeling at her bed, racked with grief and regret, praying as hard as she can for answers, when a shape begins to form at the doorway. At first, it's just like a cloud of light, and then human. Not just anyone, though, her beloved daughter. The spirit tries to speak and can't. She returns again, stronger now. Her words echo through the veil of death. Her skin emits a biting chill, and her head is loose and ponderous on her neck. She spills secrets from a phantom mouth, and when she bids her mother goodbye, her head pivots impossibly, the sound of bone and sinew crunching. It turns backwards, like a screw cap, like a gear all stuck with sand. Her feet are facing away, but her eyes are locked onto her mother's. It's like someone wrenched off her head and stuck it on the wrong way again. Her neck hasn't just been broken, but brutalized. And this behavior is a final act of truth-telling before she vanishes forever. Do you know the story? Do you know what happens when a wronged woman speaks from beyond the grave and a mother thirsts for justice? So settle in, grab a drink, and maybe even get ready to get a little angry. This is the tragic story of the life, death, and afterlife of Zona Heaster Shoe, Appalachia's famous Greenbrier ghost. (1896), and we are in Greenbrier County, West Virginia. West Virginia was the 35th state to join the Union just 33 years before. Around 850,000 people are thought to have died during the U.S. Civil War. So by the time of our story, the U.S. was still very much forming itself. And the hills, hollers, and haints of Appalachia were already gaining a folkloric power, shaped by every drop of struggle, strife, and blood that had already come to pass. And quick FYI, a holler is like the valley or hollow between the mountains of the region, and a haint is a restless or malicious spirit. For more Appalachian lore, check out the first video of the trilogy. Ghosts, or the idea of ghosts, were generally accepted during this period, probably due to a surging spiritualist movement as families attempted to connect with lost loved ones following the Civil War. Something I want to come back to later, history lovers, ready yourselves because I want your input on this. It's no surprise that this environment gave rise to the only known case in U.S. history where a ghost testified to convict its own murderer. But let's not get too far ahead. In Greenbrier County lived one Miss Elva Zona Heaster, though she went by her middle name Zona. She was a free spirit with a round, cherubic face and lips that fell naturally into a pout. She was close with her mother, Mary, and they considered each other friends, which was especially important to Zona since she'd already had a child outside of marriage 2 years prior. And though it seems the child was taken in by its birth father, a Mr. Woolridge, Zona's mom's love and support meant the world to her at a time when other women would have been cast out or judged. One day, a stranger arrived in a small community. This stranger was tall, handsome. He had dark, ocean blue eyes, thick brown hair, a strong jaw, and broad shoulders. He was muscular, seemed confident, flashed a smile wherever he went. He was a natural ladies' man. Gossip erupted in the streets, shops, and homes of Meadow Bluff. This guy was gorgeous, and his name was Edward Shue. Well, his name was actually Erasmus Stribling Trout Shue, which is, a mouthful. Some people called him Trout, but he liked to be known as Edward. Edward had come to Greenbrier to work at a blacksmith shop. This was tough, physical work, so it's no wonder he built up a physique that had all the girls of the county thirsting after him. But this was a guy who put the trap in the thirst trap. After a short time, he caught the eye of beautiful, wild nature Zona Heister. Her high cheekbones and deep brown eyes won him over too. They instantly fell for each other and soon began courting in a whirlwind romance. But her mother, Mary, had reservations about this smooth-talking man. He seemed too good to be true. He was 10 years Zona's senior. He arrived in town without a discernible past. What Mary felt was beyond natural maternal protection. She felt something was off about this man. She warned Zona not to get too close too fast, but Zona's rebellious spirit won out in the end. After just a couple of months, Zona and Edward were married at the old Methodist church at Livesey's Mill. To most people, they looked like a vibrant young couple, totally in love, their whole marriage and lives ahead of them. This was a beautiful love story, the beginning of something, a flower blooming. Little did Zona know that soon the bloom would die on the stem. They moved into a 2-story home 14 miles away across the mountain from Zona's childhood home, 14 miles away from the suspicious but loving Mary Heister. Their life fell into an ordinary domestic rhythm common to the time. Edward spent his days working at the smithy, while Zona sat to the house, cleaning and cooking meals. Their first Christmas arrived without any apparent drama, and they rang in the new year together as besotted newlyweds. To all appearances, this was a happy, contented, hopeful couple. But as the winter deepened and darkened, and the freezing months drew on, violence began to ignite in the forge behind those ocean blue eyes. Come January 1897, the couple had been married for just over 3 months. It was then that Zona became ill. For weeks, she shivered and sweated, still toiling in the house. When a local doctor, Dr. Knapp, visited the Shue home, he found Edward to be sweet and attentive to his young wife. There was nothing to be suspicious about. Just a short time later, the horrifying truth came to light. January 23rd, Edward called by the cabin of a Black woman affectionately called Aunt Martha. She lived close to the forge, so he knew she had an 11-year-old son, Anderson, who did some errands. He asked Martha if Anderson could go back to their house and check on Zona and help her with some chores. Martha agreed, but said that Anderson was helping somebody else at the moment. She'd send him as soon as he was home. Edward came back several more times, increasingly annoyed that Anderson hadn't returned yet to go check on Zona. Eventually, the boy arrived home. So by Edward's 4th visit, Anderson was sent off to the Shue marital home by a visibly annoyed Edward. By the way, props to Anderson. This kid was 11. 11-year-old me could never. Off Anderson went in the freezing weather to do as he was told. We are so fortunate, guys, to have an actual interview from Anderson about what he saw that day. This is from a 1933 interview in the Sunday Gazette Mail around 30 years after the incident. You know, usually I like to retell this kind of thing, but I don't think I could do a better job than the key witness himself. This is chilling. He says, Going to the house, I felt that something was wrong. All the doors were closed, and there was an air about the place I didn't like. Reaching the steps, I saw a trail of blood. That scared me. But I went to the door and knocked. No one answered. I tried it and, finding the door unlocked, walked into the kitchen. The trail of blood continued across the floor to the dining room. This door, too, was closed. Once more, I knocked, and, getting no answer, walked in. I stumbled over Mrs. Shu's body. There she was, stretched out on the floor, looking right up at me through wide open eyes. She seemed to be laughing. I was frightened, but still able to reach down and shake her. She was stiff and cold. Anderson was terrified. He was only 11, remember? He stumbled backwards, back out through the door, and sprinted from the house across the fields, screaming all the time, "Mrs. Shu is dead!" He eventually reached the forge and told Mr. Shu, Edward, who screamed, jumped up and made for the house, while Anderson continued on to fetch Dr. Knapp. By the time they reached the house, Edward had taken Zona's body from the floor, put her on a bed, and was holding her head in his arms, crying and crying for her to come back. But there was something odd about the scene, though, because, and nobody thought to question this at the time, Edward had already changed Zona's clothes. He had dressed her in a high, stiff-collared dress, which was held in place with a veil tied beneath her chin. Dr. Knapp began to examine Zona, trying to find signs of life or revive her. But his efforts were frustrated by Edward, who blocked the doctor as he clung, weeping, to her body. Dr. Knapp took pity on Edward, seeing that his whole universe was crumbling around him, and examined no further. All the while, Zona's lifeless body lay still and quiet. The truth there, but hidden. For now. Zona's death was ruled an everlasting faint, meaning more or less cardiac failure. What's even stranger and raises even more frustrating questions is that 5 days after Zona was buried, Dr. Knapp actually recorded the cause of death as childbirth, not heart failure. Zona hadn't told anyone she was pregnant, and there were no apparent signs she was pregnant. Though that's not to say it wasn't possible. Just strange that heart failure could suddenly become childbirth just a week later, and without this detail ever making it to the newspapers at the time. I don't know. What do you think happened here? I will come back to this because this precise scenario is repeated in so many incidents that I cannot finish this video without talking about the intersection of women's pain, safety, and the patriarchy. Seriously. Zona's body was taken to her mother's home, and within 48 hours, she was buried in the little family plot on the side of the mountain. Some people did observe that her head appeared to sit strangely within the coffin, but nobody thought it was appropriate to mention it. Edward's behavior throughout was strange. Some thought it was admirable, the signs of a loving widower. Others, like Mary, Zona's mother, not so much. Because the entire time leading up to the burial, Edward never left his dead wife's side. Accounts say nobody had access to Zona's body alone, not even her mother. Her mother, it said, couldn't even get near without Edward kicking up a fuss. What's more, it was customary, just as it is in many cultures, for women to prepare the body of the deceased. But in this case, yeah, it was Edward. It was Edward who did it all and without supervision. Mary looked on at Edward's histrionics over the corpse of her daughter through red-rimmed eyes. Was this love, or was it something else? She hadn't trusted Edward from the start, and certainly didn't trust the speed of the romance and marriage. And now her sweet, free-natured daughter was dead without Mary even ever having visited their home. Mary Heaster, devoured by grief, began to pray. She prayed for the soul of her daughter, and she prayed for answers. It was in early February, not long after Zona was committed to the earth, that answers came. Kneeling next to her bed, Mary felt a presence enter her room. It was just a shape at first, but it soon coalesced into the solid figure of a human, her daughter. At first, Mary was speechless, not terrified, but utterly at a loss at what she was seeing. Her daughter, real, standing before her. Zona tenderly reached out a hand towards her mother, and even from a small distance, Mary felt the chill of death. When Zona opened her mouth to say something, she vanished. Mary was left sobbing into her hands, the same hands who had held her baby only 20 years before. She kept praying. She kept praying for answers. She would not let her daughter's death remain a mystery. Zona returned the next night. This time, she could speak. She told her mother about the Shu home in detail, the layout of the rooms, the way it looked and felt. This was important because it meant Mary knew details she couldn't possibly have known otherwise, not without the help of the spirit. Then, as she returned again, she began to explain the horrible way she departed the world. She told her mother about her murder. She said that Edward had a ferocious temper. On the night of her murder, Edward had screamed at her, furious that she hadn't cooked enough meat for supper. She protested, saying that she had prepared all kinds of other delicious things. And because she stood for herself, Edward saw red. He charged across the room, grabbed her by each side of her head, pushed his palms against her temples, and wrenched his arm to the side so violently that he snapped her neck at the top of her spine, crushing her windpipe in the process. She fell to the floor, dead. Mary listened to her daughter's words, stricken by the way she'd been treated and the way she died. Zona didn't even look sad, just accepting and earnest. The fire from her sweet daughter's eyes had gone out. Finally, Zona bid farewell to her mother, turned towards the door, and before she left, said, "I will show you something, Mama." She turned her head so the neck skin creased and the bones ground against each other until she was looking back at 180 degrees. Her corpse stood before her mother, solid proof of the manner of her death. Zona disappeared, never to be seen by her mother again. Now, Mary had it. Edward had murdered Zona. She would make sure he paid. She would seek a mother's revenge. She spent the following days telling everyone she met about her experience and her theory. Mostly people took pity on her, thinking she was a woman delusional with grief. But there were others who had suspicions of their own, and they arranged a meeting between Mary and the Greenbrier prosecutor, Mr. John Alfred Preston. At first, Preston was doubtful, but he was sympathetic to Mary. Again, he assumed, understandably, that the talk of ghosts was just a mother overwhelmed with grief. But after several hours, his pity saw him send deputies to speak with Dr. Knapp. And in light of growing rumors and even some newspaper rumblings, Preston eventually agreed to speak with Dr. Knapp himself. So imagine the prosecutor's surprise then when Dr. Knapp admitted he had not actually carried out a thorough post-mortem. That did it. The body would be exhumed and the case reopened. Edward vigorously complained about the exhumation, but he couldn't stop it. Poor Zona's body was unearthed and brought to a small schoolhouse for the autopsy. Edward, as next of kin, was obliged to attend, though he initially refused to join. He was told in no uncertain terms, be there of his own free will or by court order. It's reported he said, "They will not be able to prove I did it." While the autopsy took place, Edward sat sullenly in the corner whittling sticks with a knife. A group of 5 observers looked on in the sickly glow of gas lamps. It was when the doctor began to peel the collar away from Zona's almost perfectly preserved neck that Edward became more agitated. And, there it was, the truth of it. Autopsies at that time took place in a certain order. First, the vital organs were examined, and after that, doctors would split the skull open to examine the brain. But in this case, it wasn't necessary. Without the collar, the answer was in front of them, in the shape of finger-mark bruises, wringing Zona's neck like morbid gemstones. One of the doctors turned to Edward and said grimly, "We have found your wife's neck to have been broken." Edward dropped his head and his face became a mask of despair. "They cannot prove I did it," he whispered. On the state of Zona's neck, this was from a report shortly after the autopsy. The discovery was made that the neck was broken and the windpipe mashed. On the throat were the marks of fingers, indicating that she had been choken. The neck was dislocated between the first and second vertebrae. The ligaments were torn and ruptured. The windpipe had been crushed at a point in front of the neck. Edward was immediately arrested, charged with murder, and the findings were made public. The community fell into a fever of shock. Even though the evidence against Edward was circumstantial, he was indicted by a grand jury and arraigned for murder. His plea, of course, not guilty. It was when he was waiting for his trial that details of his past began to seep to the surface like blood through a cloth. Zona, it transpired, was his 3rd wife. His first marriage ended in divorce, with his first wife saying he had been violent. His second wife died under circumstances described as mysterious. This was in 1894 or 1895 and in a different town. And before more questions could be asked, he hauled his ass to Greenbrier County. Some guy, huh? In jail, Edward was actually in good spirits. He told people he'd actually stopped grieving for Zona. He told people, "I have a lifelong goal of having 7 wives." Zona was his 3rd, and he was still young, so yeah, he could still achieve his goal, which is gross. The trial started on June 22nd, 1897. People from the community stood and testified against Edward. And the key witness came with the appearance of Mary, and by proxy, Zona herself. Preston, the prosecutor, put Mary on the stand and wished to prove she was a sane and reliable witness, so he chose not to ask her about her ghostly sightings. He also thought, again, probably quite sensibly, that the judge would wave the evidence off as inadmissible. But the problems began for Edward when his own attorney cross-examined Mary Heister about the ghost, wishing to discredit her. He chalked up the sightings to a mother's ravings, and it was the delusional element to her account he thought might win the case for him. He kept badgering her, but Mary Jane Heister remained resolute. Frustrated, at last, the defense counsel dismissed her. But there was no coming back for Edward now, because it was the defense and not the prosecution who had introduced the spirit as a witness testimony. The judge had trouble telling the jury not to consider it. And let's remember, this jury were not favorable to Edward. Zona's account by way of her mother turned out to damn Edward. The jury found him guilty. Without a unanimous verdict for hanging, Edward Shue was sentenced to life in prison instead. But he was lucky to escape with his life at all. The community was still in uproar. They wanted blood. A mob formed to lynch him. And in the end, it was a local sheriff who saved him by hiding him in the woods and eventually calling off the mob. It said that Edward Shue was so scared for his life, he couldn't even tie his shoes. He was sent to West Virginia State Penitentiary, where he died 3 years later from an epidemic that surged through the prison. It had no mercy. Shue's remains were unclaimed, and no trace of him can be found. He has been eaten up by obscurity. Mary Jane Heaster lived until 1916 and into a vastly changed USA. She never took back her story of her daughter's ghost visiting her. Perhaps they met again after Mary's passing. I hope so. Zona's ghost never returned. Perhaps her mother's mission gave her the justice she needed to pass on. What do you think? Her impact on the community remains, though. The story of the Greenbrier ghost, her groundbreaking testimony through the loving devotion of her mother, and a historical landmark not far from where she's buried. It's a simple white sign along Route 60. It reads, "Interred in nearby cemetery is Zona Heaster Shue. Her death in 1897 was presumed natural until her spirit appeared to her mother to describe how she was killed by her husband Edward. Autopsy on the exhumed body verified the apparition's account. Edward, found guilty of murder, was sentenced to the state prison. Only known case in which testimony from ghost helped convict a murderer." I am so grateful you spent time with me today remembering Zona Heaster and her sad end. I'm only glad that in this case, the truth of her death at least came out. I did say I'd come back to this topic. I cover a lot of stories with this kind of subject. How sad, frustrating, maddening it is that women, still now, aren't believed in moments of their greatest vulnerability. I want to honor their ghosts, their memories too. I hope that with time, we make a better, safer world together so that stories like Zona's become a thing of the past, really of the past. Thanks for letting me share that thought with you all. It's really important to me. And the other thing I wanted to talk about is how fascinating it is that spiritualism rises during times of incredible strife. Like with the Ouija boards becoming popular after the US Civil War or around the First World War and the Spanish flu. I would love to hear from any historians, enthusiasts, or anthropologists about that. I guess we need more connection and ways to manage grief and loss than ever during times like that. Closing it out for now, what I find so compelling about Appalachia is that there's this big cauldron of all kinds of stories. There's the lore of the mountains, then specific and famous cases like the Greenbrier Ghost or the Brown Mountain Lights. And then, of course, world-famous cryptids, which watch this space for the final video in our trilogy. Can anyone guess what's coming? See you next time, and until then, bye-bye. Hey there, beauties and bees. Welcome back to the show. Before we get into the story, I need you to picture the scene. You're alone in the mountains. You've had the curtains drawn for some hours now. You drew them as soon as the sun set, just as you were told to. Sitting onto the couch with a glass of wine, you begin to unwind to a Netflix movie. Something lighthearted, something that doesn't take much of your attention. And maybe that's the reason that just as you lean over to check your phone, you notice something strange. A light at the window, a red light. You sit up, alert. You ease forward off the couch, placing your wine glass gently on the table. Okay, so you're a little freaked out, but weren't you the one who decided to book a solo retreat all the way up here to the hills of North Carolina? You make your way slowly to the window, and it's just as your hand reaches out to take hold of the faded beige curtains that you see it isn't a light. It's an eye, and it's watching you. Any guesses for where we're going for today's video? I'll give you a clue. Life is old there, older than the trees. That's right. Pack your hiking boots and maybe some charms because we are off to Appalachia. Today's video is a long one, so buckle up and let's go. Before we get into today's story, I want to quickly recommend a few skincare products that I genuinely love. If you watch my skincare videos for a while, you probably know that I am super picky with what I use, and my skin is really sensitive after years of expensive laser treatments, so I don't recommend products unless I've actually finished them and bought them again. So first is the Methatherapy Retinol Skin Booster Serum. This has become one of my favorite retinol products because it's surprisingly gentle. You know, I get that anti-aging benefits without waking up with irritated skin, and my skin always feels much smoother the next morning. For pores, I still swear by the Skin 1004 Poromizing Clay Stick Mask. This is so easy to use. It's so much less messy than regular clay masks, and it leaves my skin feeling clean without that dry, tight feeling afterward. So I love this. I use this so many times a week. And for lips, I never skip the Abib PDRN Collagen Lip Mask. I use this every single night. I use this so many times in my videos, so you'll probably know. It's one of those products I always keep a backup with. And if I'm filming, I almost always reach for the Numbuzin No. 9 NAD Plus Essence. You guys know I'm always using this. It gives my skin that healthy, bouncy glow that looks really nice on camera and nice in real life too. And for anyone with redness or a damaged skin barrier like I had, the HD Simon Caring Centella Cream has been amazing for me. It's super lightweight, but it's rich enough to be comforting but never feels greasy, which I love. And finally, if you're trying to fade acne marks or dark spots, I've gone through multiple tubes of the Cellamax Pore Plus Dark Spot Brightening Cream. It brightens gradually without irritating my sensitive skin, and this is really effective, so I love this. By the way, YesStyle's mega sale is running from July 1st to July 7th, and you can use my code YesBATB15 for 15% off your order with no minimum spend. If you've been waiting to restock your skincare, this is honestly the best time to do it. Now, let's get back to today's story. So I've wanted to talk about this part of the world for a long, long time. And thank you so much to the community members who suggested it. I lived some years in the States, and seeing the blue hills and deep forest with my own eyes, just wow. You know, I'd love to go back someday, so any tips? You know what to do. There's something else I wanted to share, and I am super excited about it. We talk so often on this channel about the power of three that I've decided it's time we explore it ourselves with Beauty and the Beast first. A trilogy. Appalachia is the land of world-famous cryptids, strange lights in the mountains, ghosts testifying to convict a murderer, collapsed mines, alien sightings, mimics and shapeshifters, cults, and spirits older than we can possibly imagine. Appalachia is a vast mountainous region in eastern North America. The mountain range itself stretches from Newfoundland, Canada in the north, all the way down to central Alabama. So the scale is huge. Then there's the Appalachia that most of us probably think of when it's mentioned. The part that starts around southern New York State and stretches south to Georgia, Alabama, and parts of Mississippi. Now, we're going to start our trilogy with a topic I'm sure any viewers from the region know plenty about, and that's the rules. Now, I know Appalachia really took off on TikTok, and that a lot of the rules shared aren't so authentic, so I messaged a buddy of mine from Asheville who is majorly into local folklore and who spends lots of time hiking and driving through the region. So she sent me back the rules she tells friends when they visit. So anyone else from the area, please feel free to chime in. I am going to read exactly what she sent me. If you hear something calling your name in the woods, no, you didn't. If you're outside at night and you get a strange gut feeling, go inside immediately. If you only have your car or tent nearby, get inside and pray. Do not whistle. It will draw something to you. Don't whistle in the mountains, ever. Don't stare into the trees for a long time. You don't want to catch something's eye. If you're hiking and you hear footsteps behind you, even if it's daylight, if you turn around and there's nothing behind you, don't run. Just keep walking calmly and get inside or find company immediately. If nothing like this is nearby, pray. If something mimics a voice you know, ignore it or prepare a code word out of earshot before you enter the woods. If you see something you can't explain, no, you didn't. If animals begin acting strangely, leave the area or go inside immediately. Don't go into the forest at night alone. Don't put out a welcome mat or flip it over when it falls dark. Draw the curtains after dark and don't be tempted to peek outside. So, there we go. There is so much to cover in this region that we definitely won't have time to do it all. So today, I am going to focus on just a couple of the rules and what happens if they are broken. Marlin was visiting Appalachia from Madison, Wisconsin. Her grandma, or Oma as Marlin called her, grew up on a farmstead just outside Morganton.
Hello, guys. Good evening. Just woke up. Okay. Well, I'm afraid. Yeah, I'm afraid we will have to call it a stream for now, guys. Because yeah, the vertigo is still hitting me every now and then. So yeah, I was just able to like steer clear of the vertigo for now. I don't know when the next time it's gonna happen again. So yeah. But anyway, um, I'm gonna raid out to someone. All right. So let me go ahead and check who we can raid. Okay. So let's see here. Oh gosh. Let's see. Who can we raid? Wait, let me see if Twitch Mobile needs another update again. God damn it. Twitch. Wow, always updating. Ugh. Okay. Oh. Oh. Come on, Twitch. Come on, come on. Come on, Twitch Mobile. Who do we have? Ah, okay. Let's see. Gosh. Alright. Let's read out to what's this? Nope, not that. Not that. Let's Yep. Anyway, I don't know. Wait, let's go look for someone live to raid. Let's see here. Hey. Missed. Used. Alright, guys. Yep. I don't know who to raid, but yeah, I'll be okay. Alright, the vertigo is starting to kick in again. Okay. I'm gonna have to call it a stream for now, guys. So I hope to see you tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be better by then. So guys, until then, you guys take care, stay safe, and have yourselves great lives. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Ah, gosh. Oh no.